I'm going to do a much shortened introduction than I normally do. I'm hoping that either everybody knows or can guess who we are and what it is we're here to do. Before I discuss the programming for the rest of the day, just some housekeeping points. We're not expecting a fire alarm practice today. They take place on Mondays. So if we do hear the alarm, it is for real. And if we do, I suggest we stay calm and leave by the most appropriate exit. It's either back through reception or probably the quickest would be out through the main door. The loos are back into the corridor opposite the area where there is a wee banner. Can I ask that all mobile phones are turned off, please, or onto silent? I appreciate we're in a more compact and intimate space than we were over the last 2 days. But we are being webcast, so whilst for sound we probably don't need to use the microphones for the purpose of the webcast, if I can ask the parties and the witnesses to nonetheless use the microphones. Today is the first day of the technical matters inquiry session, and I'll come on to programming and discuss that with the parties in a minute. Just a few further administrative points. I'm informed by the case officer that SEPA have submitted the document that they offered on the Tuesday session, so that will now be on our website. Can I just ask, is there anything to update us on the site visit itinerary?
So a proposal for meeting points and so forth has been put together, and maybe would it be the easy thing to circulate that via the case officer, or do you want it done here at some point?
I think it would be appropriate just here, because the most Save Our Sands ourselves are here. I think Morton Fraser for non-home residents would also like to see anything. So if we can see that at an appropriate break during the day, and we can make progress on that. Okay, programming for today. Mr. Dowson, any thoughts on the order of your witnesses?
Yes, I would ask you if you would take Mr. Marchant first, followed by Mr. Moyer, and then myself. And that's it, I think.
Thank you. And any approximate indications of how long you think leading witnesses is going to take?
I think Mr. Marchant could take about an hour, I would think. Guessing. It depends, again, on how many questions come from the other side.
No, I'll ask
right.
Mr. Connell in a minute how long his cross-examination is going to take. I meant in terms of your leading witness. Are you proposing to...
Maybe 40 minutes or so, I would think. Yeah.
Mr. Moyer?
I'm not quite sure, Mr. Moyer. What do you think?
Depends on the questions.
Yeah. 20 minutes, maybe, let's say. Would that be reasonable? Yeah.
And for yourself? Yourself?
No, but I've got a very short precognition summary. So, yeah.
Helpful. Mr. Connell, any thoughts on the time you're likely to require for cross-examining of those three witnesses?
So far as Mr. Moyer is concerned, sir, I don't think that will be very long at all, just a matter of a few minutes. I would think it's a short recognition. Mr. Marchant, Mr. Dowson has suggested that it'll take 40 minutes for him to lead on the back of a recognition which is very short. I'm not sure what that's going to involve, but I wouldn't think I will be very long with him, maybe 20 minutes or so. As far as Mr. Dowson is concerned, again, that may depend, perhaps a bit longer. We ought to allow provisionally for Mr. Dowson, perhaps up to an hour.
Okay, I'm just thinking, are we, is there the possibility that we'll be able to finish hearing the evidence of the Save Our Sands witnesses today? And it sounds as if we are.
I would certainly think so, sir. Yeah.
And therefore, would we be able to make a start on some of the council's witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And have you got your running order for your witnesses?
Up to a point, so yes, depending on precisely how the timings fall. But the first witness would be Mr. James MacLeod. Mr. MacLeod covers quite a lot of ground, and while I don't anticipate a huge amount of supplementary material that I have to ask him beyond the reading of his recognition, obviously that there will be cross-examination after that.
Well, let's play it by ear and see how we get on. Before I ask Mr. Dowson to introduce his first witness, are there any other procedural points we need to discuss? Okay. Right, Mr. Dowson, if you could introduce your first witness, please. Can I just remind you about the rules on evidence in chief? You are permitted to lead a witness, but it should really be confined to matters that have occurred since the precognitions have written. It's not an opportunity to expand upon the precognition per se.
If it helps to clarify that, I have a number of questions, and the questions are specifically about, have been brought about by the precognition from Mr. MacLeod. So these could not have been included.
That's fine. That's fine.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Right, if you can call your first witness, please.
Call Mr. Peter Marchant, please, from M3 Global Flood Technologies, who's travelled up a fair old distance this morning. I'm very grateful to him for coming along.
Just so Mr. Marchant, I didn't have time to do my usual microphone training. So that's it. Press it on when you want to speak, and when you've stopped, turn it off. What you mustn't do is keep it pressed. If you press it, then it will lose itself. But if that happens, don't panic. Then just press it again, and it's on a wireless, and it finds itself. When you're not speaking, if you can remember to turn it off, because otherwise other people can't hear through the console. But more importantly, the cameras are trained to go to whichever microphone is on. Sorry, Mr. Connell, you were saying?
Just before this witness commences, I just want to raise one point about this issue of the rising barriers, because it has been the subject of exchanges in the lead-up to the inquiry. The position, as the Council understand it, is that this inquiry is to consider the scheme that has been submitted and not alternative schemes. And therefore, while no doubt that there's some information that can come in, my submission necessary that we have that restriction very much in mind.
Yes, I'm happy to clarify. We are considering the order that is before us. We're not considering in detail alternative schemes. But to be fair to Save Our Sands, they did flag up that they would wish to call people who would explain alternatives. But we will be considering any evidence we hear in the context of the fact that we are carrying out an inquiry into the objections to the submitted order. We're not looking at alternatives in that sense. Mr. Dowson, all yours.
Well, can I just introduce Peter Marchant, and well, perhaps you'd like to introduce yourself, Peter, and just read your recognition. Yeah.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Marchant. I'm a civil engineer. I have 40 years plus experience in heavy civil engineering all across the world. mainly to do with water channeling and civil engineering, global flood technology UK. Previous to that, I was over my background is almost predominantly water related. So, just to read my precognition, the self-activated flood barrier, shortened form SAFB, was invented in the UK by Frank Kelly. It's a non-mechanical, self-activated, passive flood defence barrier designed to give instant protection to property and infrastructure at the first signs of flooding. The design of the SAFB system is a cassette-styled modular component form such that a single barrier or multiples of barrier can be assembled together to provide linear protection from 1 metre to an indefinite length, subject to the needs of an individual project. As such, runs in excess of 1,000 metres and plus are available for design and construction. Standard barriers are designed to protect to a maximum height of 2.5 metres above the natural floor level. However, heights of up to 3.5 metres are possible if the barrier in the cassette is incorporated into a 900mm high construction dwarf wall, which is 900mm above the natural floor. The history of the SAFB. The SAFB has been in operation now for over 6 years, and it's been used in flood defence in many countries across the world, including several high-profile installations in the UK. Since its inception, the SAFB installations have been called into action on many occasions, resulting from flash flooding, heavy rainfall, surface water system failure, river and sea flooding, as well as abnormal high tides. The SAFB system has never failed and has performed to its design specification in every event, preventing flooding and incalculable saving in clean-up costs, repair and restoration costs. Most notable for the UK, the installation of the SAFB system in Cockermouth along the banks of the River Cocker and the River Derwent in 2015 for the EA. Design principles. The SAFB system achieves several key fundamental parameters for any flood defence requirement and is also cost beneficial against other, possibly more conventional flood defence solutions. The SAFB system is able to be designed to cover the following parameters. It can cover flood levels up to 3.5 metres above road or pavement level. It provides continuous protection for an indefinite length. It activates instantly. The water trigger level is reached. There's no human or mechanical intervention. It can be linked to telemetry to provide activation warning. Water trigger levels can be predetermined to the user's requirements. It remains hidden below the road or pavement level when not in use. It returns to the hidden position on the reduction of the flood water. It self-drains. It self-cleans with very low maintenance requirements, or can be augmented with mechanical activation and retraction if necessary. The design achieves uniform activation without any binding or jamming, and it's earthquake resistant and can pass seismic loading to a 3-day test. In addition to the design principles, the SAFB is able to deliver significant cost savings over traditional flood defence measures against carbon footprint during its construction, in deployment, in removal on flood dissipation, and against overall whole life costs for maintenance and repair. Its environmental impact, potentially the single most concern of any flood defence design. Apart from its functionality, the SAFB system has been specifically designed to have the minimal impact on the environment, not only from its low carbon footprint during construction and operation, but also from its visual appearance in the location and the area where it's installed. The SAFB system is designed to be hidden away when not in use. Therefore, the visual impact of the locality is not affected. When raised, the SAFB protects the locality, property and infrastructure from the effects of flooding and resulting damage caused by flood debris. Then, when the SAFB returns to its dormant position, the visual appearance of the location is restored and returns to as was. Due to the fact that the SAFB is hidden away for most of the time, the risk to the structure through vandalism and potential damage caused by vehicle impact or intervention abuse is minimised to the absolute minimum. Whilst the main cassette for the SAFB system is manufactured in the Midlands, local outsourcing for materials, ancillary components and resource can provide economic benefit for the locality and further reduce the overall carbon footprint in respect to transport. Its worldwide recognition, the SAFB system for passive low-maintenance flood protection, has been utilised in many countries and has been successful in securing recognised industry awards, notably from the Institute of Civil Engineers for International Development in America and also in the UK for innovative engineering.
Thank you. So I have a number of questions for Mr. Marchant, and I stress that these are all based on basically on the recognition from James McLeod. Clearly there's a fair number of criticisms, I think, or if I can put it that way, from Mr. McLeod about this system, and I would like to try and go through some of them with Mr. Marchant's help. So, Mr. Marchant, can you confirm that the SAFB has been independently tested by Bristol University for earthquake resistance? I think you've mentioned that. Now, that was funded by the EDF Energy in France, and it's been used for protection in their nuclear facilities and was the only product in the world to pass this test to date.
So I really don't want to intervene unnecessarily because I'm trying not to do so, but Mr. Dowson could helpfully remember that reading a long answer to the witness so that the witness says yes doesn't necessarily assist. I'm keen not to do this.
Yes, I do hope we're not going to have arguments about what is or is not a leading question, and I do think we have to recognise that Mr. Dowson is not a qualified lawyer and won't necessarily be familiar with the convention. I've had debates about what is or is not a leading question with very eminent planning QCs. I think the point Mr. Connell is making is that when you're giving evidence in chief, the convention is that you don't ask a question that is so obviously indicative of the answer that the witness has no choice. I'm going to cut you a wee bit of slack, but I hope Mr. Connell doesn't have to intervene again. In fact, so you just asked Mr. Marchant then, had it been independently tested and is the only product approved by the electricity company for France? Was that not what you were asking?
The answer to the question is yes. It has been tested by Bristol University seismic earthquake resist test. It did pass area. Has been subjected. Are quite popular in terms of providing a flood retention defence. They are visible, they're always on show, they get subjected to vandalism, graffiti, particularly along the banks of the River Calder and River Aire in Leeds. And recently a scheme has just opened in Hull, which contains quite a significant length of glass barrier. There's already damage happening to those barriers. Some of the ones in Leeds have actually been shattered. Believe it or not, they've been shot and they fracture and damage. There's also a tendency for them to lose the clarity over time. And in Keswick, there's instances of glass barriers, actually, the seals actually failing under load.
Thank you. I gave you some information about the pricing exercise that was done by the council. What do you think of that pricing exercise? Did the council get that correct or incorrect?
As far as I know, no approach was ever made to UKFB at the time to game prices. I gather that it was priced by another Scottish contractor who I'm aware of. And again, as far as I'm aware, they've never installed self-rising flood barriers. I haven't seen the mechanism of the actual pricing, so I'm unable to comment on that. I've seen the risk quantum, which is proportionally higher for self-rising barriers than competitors. But again, I'm not sure exactly how the quantum of the risk has been evaluated. I've worked in many risk workshops, and risk is somewhat subjective. The more you know about the product, the less risky the assessment becomes. The less you know, the more risk the assessment becomes.
Mr. MacLeod visited Cockermouth, and while he was there, he describes in his precognition an incident where I think a panel didn't return. Can you comment on that?
Yes, personally I wasn't at that particular event, but I know the circumstances behind it. The self-activating flood barrier system is interconnected. Each panel is interconnected with a passage for the water to vacate. And the final vacation should go through a 100 millimetre diameter pipe. The connection between the actual panels themselves is either 150 or 200 mil diameter. In the instructions that were given at Cockermouth, they were instructed to install a 100 mil diameter gate valve, and in the end they actually installed a 450 mil diameter gate valve. The arrangement at Cockermouth was that most of the panels were 15 metres length. The last very end panel, the discharge panel, was 7 metres length. So obviously discharging through a 450 millimetre exit allowed the water in the end panel to vacate far quicker than the water could pass between the subsequent panels, and that's what caused the panel to jam. This was pointed out to them before, it was pointed out at the time, and it was pointed out after. The second time that it was tested, they put the correct 100 mil diameter valve, and the barriers worked perfectly.
Okay, thanks for that. Could you comment on Bewdley and Worcestershire with regard to demountable barriers there, and more widely just on the insurance industry's figure about the failure of manual, what would you call it, manual systems?
Yeah, demountable barriers, they have an inherent Achilles heel. They have to be stored, they have to be loaded onto transport, taken to wherever they're going to be deployed, and then deployed. That is generally, it's expensive. It takes a lot of resource. Initially, when the system first goes into a deployment, everything's new, everything works, everyone knows where everything is. But over time, barriers get lost, post holes get jammed up, transport's not always available, the costs become quite prohibitive against maintenance budgets. I've seen instances where barriers themselves were actually redeployed as a canteen roof because people didn't know what they were for. I've seen instances where barriers have been installed and they're never used, they've got to be taken down again. So much so that in Bewdley, the local authority are now considering taking them away because it just is not cost effective. The industry generally reports a failure in the order of 60% when using deployable barriers.
Just clarify there, what do you count as a failure?
A failure is its inability to actually protect against floodwaters. It's either deployed too late, so the floodwater, the flood occurs, or part and parcel of the equipment is missing and can't be deployed.
Could you just comment on vertical support posts in terms of how many might be required and whether they can be used perhaps decoratively?
Yeah, the current SAFB system relies on support post in between the different panels. Again, the spacing of the support post is taken into consideration in the design and how the overall appearance of the completed project is going to be viewed. Nominally, on a long run, you would deploy at 10 or 15 metres. You can deploy as tight as 2 or 3 metres if necessary. But on several of the installations that have been done in the UK, the support post has actually been turned into a lamp standard. The support post is also capable of carrying a beacon on top. So if a design were to specify telemetry to give an advance warning of when the barrier was going to operate, there's a means there to house a beacon and a loudspeaker if necessary. But the most common concealment of barriers is actually to turn them into lighting columns. We are currently working on a new development to incorporate the post in with the barrier, so the post retracts as well as the barrier, and the post rises as the barrier rises. Patent has been filed for, but at the moment we're some time off actually bringing that to market.
Mr. MacLeod raised some concerns that your system might be damaged by vandals. Could you comment on that?
Excuse me. To my experience and my colleagues' experience, we've never had an instance of vandalism. The very act of the barrier, which is powered by the floodwater itself, will lift a car when it raises. If anything is actually jammed into the groove on the post, the barrier will push it out of its way. We've undertaken numerous tests in our testing facility down in Droitwich. These have been witnessed by BSI. We've tried physically jamming pieces of metal in. We've put heavy weights, we've put ton weights on top of the barriers, and it's lifted it. The only way it could physically be prevented from raising is if someone bolted straps across the barrier and drilled them down into the substrate.
Just a question about maintenance of SAFB. Can you tell us about maintenance? Who does the maintenance testing? How often and what training is given to maintenance officers?
The maintenance is very simple. The SAFB is designed so it's very, very low maintenance. It's generally recommended that once a year, the barrier, if it's not been activated in anger, the barrier would be flooded just to make sure that it rises and falls properly. The inlet, whether it be water source fed from a river or sea, or whether it be pumped in to activate it in advance of a flood, that's generally through a 100mm diameter pipe. It's just that the maintenance on that is realistically the same as you would maintain a normal storm drain. It's just visual inspection. The actual chamber itself is designed to be self-cleaning, so if any debris does make it into the bottom of the chamber, it's governed by the size of the inlet pipe. You can also implement a grid to stop leaves and tree roots and stuff flowing into it. But then if anything does get into the chamber, it's self-cleaning, so it flows out when the water evacuates. So normal maintenance would be once a year. It's very low level tech-wise. We offer complete full training, and it's an hour and a half's course. So it's certainly not intensive.
Thank you. Can the system rise prematurely? How does the trigger for rising work? And can the river in this partly tidal, can the tide affect that?
The activation of the barrier is set by the trigger levels that are determined in design. Trigger level a meter to a meter. So as soon as the water rise, and it's actually it's actually
about drainage pipe work.
if you've got pipe work laterals actually crossing the barrier, and they are above the formation level of the barrier, then obviously they will not pass through it. Normally a lateral is commissioned to intercept the surface, and it's taken then to a point where it can pass through the barrier. Sometimes these are designed specifically to travel underneath where the post location is. Some of them are designed to travel where perhaps a floodgate may be. Pumps can be used if the system dictates, or the existing drainage system dictates, that a flow has to be accommodated. Then that could be channeled into a shaft and then pumped elsewhere through a rising main. Normally, other utility services such as gas or electric, they're normally diverted to the nearest post location and then sent through the wall under the post.
Okay. In terms of curves and 90-degree turns, is it right that your New York one has a 90-degree turn, and can your system follow curves, articulation, etc.?
Yeah, New York is a prime example of a system where we've got 3 90-degree bends, radial bends. There's an installation in Ledbury where we have a rectangular 90-degree bend, or acute 90-degree bend. We've done 45-degree bends. The general alignment without a special component being manufactured, the general alignment is possible to vary by up to 5 degrees per panel.
What happens when your barrier meets things like a bridge or
Normally in the instance where the design or the wall design comes into contact with a bridge or an obstruction, then the barrier is terminated against the side of the bridge parapet. That's generally the application. Each design would be different. It's hard to give a rule of thumb, but generally it would terminate with a post at the side of the bridge parapet. Whether or not a flood door might be then necessary if the bridge itself needed blocking across the thoroughfare of the bridge, then it would probably be best to use a flood door.
I think you've deployed these around the world. I think you say from Mexico to Australia. What's the success rate? Have you ever had a failure?
There's so far approximately 1,100 metres have been deployed in the UK and across the world. Various sizes, 130 metres and 95 metres. In New York, 130 metres in Cockermouth. To our knowledge, we have never had one failure to date.
Thank you. There was a question from Mr. MacLeod about the fact that it's 100 years underground that we're looking at, and maybe could you comment on the life duration of the product over a 100-year period, and whether it would remain buoyant?
As I said in the opening address, the system is based on a cassette modular component form. It uses steel, which is common day material, and it uses fiberglass, and it uses concrete. The tank itself is made out of reinforced concrete. There's millions of reinforced concrete tanks that have been constructed over the years, and I know several that have been in existence for well in excess of 100 years. There's nothing radical about the construction materials. They're all standard common or garden everyday use materials. So a 100-year lifespan is it's well accepted.
You mentioned a patent there. Are replacement components be easily ordered, and can they be easily manufactured by any reasonably sized company?
All of the design itself is patent protected, but the materials are everyday materials. It's steel, it's a little bit of aluminium, rubber seals, and fiberglass. All of those can be readily made available as long as a company can read a standard engineering drawing. They're virtually off-the-shelf materials and can be fabricated very simply.
There was a comment about companies ceasing to trade. I believe Mr. Kelly's company, or previous company, is no longer trading. I think that was quite well publicised. Does that create a problem?
Lots of companies come and go. We've recently lost a lot of high-profile construction companies in the UK and car companies, but the cars still go and they're still produced. The design and the patent for the SAFB is owned by Frank Kelly. It's owned completely outside of any of the companies that cease trading. The design has now been purchased by our company. Its manufacture is still with the same people. Its installation is still using the same people that installed before. It doesn't use any revolutionary construction skills. It just relies on normal construction workers, concrete workers, joiners. There is absolutely no reason why any reasonable construction company with a license, obviously, couldn't construct this type of fabrication.
Thank you. Specifically about the Whitesands, I think Mr. MacLeod raised concerns that your system might not be appropriate for that location. Do you think your system could be appropriate at the Whitesands? Could it extend to 450 metres? And could you comment perhaps about the Devergilla Bridge, which is an ancient monument, and what impact that might have on that?
Excuse me. Having seen the site, yes. Can it accommodate the 450 metres? I see no reason whatsoever. Could it be constructed so that it extends to a 3.5 metre protection level? Yes. It would require a small dwarf wall. It would require a minimum ground footprint. If it does go to 3.5 metres, there would be a small wall. It doesn't necessarily have to go straight at the side of the river. The actual alignment could be determined. It's where best actually suits the line of the barrier. When it comes to the bridge, having looked at the bridge, obviously I've got no knowledge of the foundations of the bridge or anything, but it would seem on visual observation that a post against the parapet of the bridge would be termination of the barrier on one side, and then it would pick up on the other side, again from the parapet, and run through. When it's activated, yes, you would see the barrier above the floor level. When it's deactivated, the barrier would sink back down into the floor level. So yeah, it's a good location.
You mentioned one of the issues is climate change and whether in future years the height could be increased. I mean, you've mentioned 3.5 metres, but just, could it be increased? And could you compare that perhaps with trying to increase the height of, say, the council's solution?
During design, it would be prudent to construct it for its ultimate end use. So if you wanted to protect to 3.5, you'd design and build it to protect to 3.5 right from the start. It's a one-time construction. It wouldn't need to be altered or changed. With an embankment or glass walls, if you wanted to raise those, then normally it would be to take the glass walls down, raise the embankment, rebuild the glass walls, or have a glass wall that was sufficiently strong enough that it could take an extension of some sort on top. But again, it's additional cost, which you've got to take into account on the whole life costs of the scheme.
And last question to know. I was interested to see that in December 2017, the council actually asked Mr. Kelly, your colleague, for a costing, and I believe a price of 20.7 million was suggested to the council then, but I think that was for an on the wall, the river wall solution. If it was built back from the river wall, is it correct that you think you could do a 15% reduction, around 3 million on that?
Yeah, the first part of the question, yes. Frank was approached 2017, and I've seen the workings of the budget, which was in the region of 21 million. And again, yes, it was designed to go against or right on the edge of the wall, and a certain amount of cost was put into there for actually strengthening the existing wall, because the forces of the flood against the side of the wall obviously are a lot greater than if it were buried somewhere back in the bank. If it were buried back in the bank, say 2, 3, 4 metres away from the edge of the river, then yes, savings could be made. The engineering wouldn't be as intense. Exactly what the saving would be, I wasn't involved in it, so I wouldn't like to put a definite figure on it, but yeah, there would be a saving.
Okay, if we could just, one last question. Could you, I mean this is a difficult one, but could you give a very rough estimate of construction time or installation, etc.? The council, I think, have indicated maybe 2 to 3 years for their scheme. Would that be the same for you?
To construct 450 metres would put me on the spot. Would be in the region of 6 to 8 months.
Mr. Connell, any questions?
Thank you, sir. I'll just pick up a practical question first of all, Mr. Marchant, just so I've quite completely understood your answer. And I heard that you're obviously developing this product as one would expect. But at the moment, the SAFB requires vertical support posts. Are these posts the same height as the design protection height, or are they higher or different?
As a minimum, they have to be the same height. Obviously, if they weren't the same height, then there's if you're wanting to protect to 2.5 metres, but your post is only 2 metres, then there's a 0.5 metre gap. So that will allow water through. So as a minimum, they have to be the same height. What we normally do is take them up 2 to 3 meters above. So, and if we're turning it into a light column, we'd take it up to about 5 or 6 meters as a feature. And so obviously you need the spread of the light.
So if you were protecting a 2.9 meter designed protection, just to take that as an example, you would have a minimum set of posts. You suggested 10 to 15 meters was not an unusual distance between them, of 2.9 meters high, possibly higher if it was thought that was sensible.
10 to 15 metres would be the normal spacing between posts. If you were protecting to 2.9 metre flood height, your minimum height of the post would be 2.9 metres. As I say, if we were taking it as a lamppost, we'd take a lamp up to a standard height of a lamppost.
So for a 450 metre stretch, you might have a post every 10 metres.
Depends on the exact alignment. We would initially start off with design concept of every 15 metres.
Can I just come back to some slightly more basic information? You said you were a new company. When was your company formed?
M3 Flood Technologies was formed in September of this year.
And I think it was accepted that Mr. Kelly's company ceased to trade, just to use that as the most neutral phrase, a little while ago. Is that correct?
Yeah. Some of Mr. Kelly's companies ceased trading in March. We had been in extensive discussion with UK flood barriers since June 2017, when we returned from Australia. We've known Frank for a long time. We've worked with his business for a few years. When we came back from Australia, we got together with a view to buying the business as a going concern. But for issues which are outside of this hearing, unfortunately it didn't happen. But we then acquired the IP back in September of this year.
Now, I wanted just to check that, not because, as you quite rightly say, the precise circumstances are within this hearing, but simply because some of the material that this inquiry has among its paperwork has the other company name on it. So I just wanted to check that with you. So thank you very much for that. But the idea, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the modular or cassette technology that is at the heart of this is patent protected, so that the holder of the patent, whoever that is, or whichever company has a license for it, seeks to be the person to go to for any such product. That's the idea, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
So if the companies are not around at any time when an issue arises or a problem arises or a change is needed or replacement is needed, that could give rise to an issue, couldn't it?
Potentially it could.
Now, again, we've obviously seen your recognition, which you helpfully read to the inquiry this morning, and we've looked at the material that has been made available about examples of these installations and lengths and so on. One point, just first of all, am I right in understanding that some applications of the SAFB are in replacement for situations where otherwise you would have an electrically powered flood gate, which of course has the problem of the possible loss of power?
Yes, yeah, they're in replacement of electrical gates. They're in replacement of conventional stop logs. They can go in there in replacement to flood doors. They can service a number of different existing flood protections.
And in fact, a significant number, and I'm not going to bandy statistics with you, but a significant number of the installations are in fact what one might describe as short length, whether you call it a flood door or an immediate flood barrier, but they're short distances, often in gaps of one kind, or for instance at the bottom of a ramp, which is one of the examples it's given. Is that correct?
Yeah, the average, I don't know exactly what the average length of each install is without working it out. The majority of installs are fairly short lengths, less than 20 metres.
And so far at least, and I'll come back to that in a moment, the majority of installations are at lower, sorry, I better get my terminology correct, reach lower maximum heights than the kind of height that would be under consideration at the Whitesands.
Again, yeah, I think it's factual that the majority of the installations for any flood defence are at fairly low level. The EA only require protection up to 900 millimetres. But there are four installs, to my personal knowledge, that are in between 2 and 2.5 metres.
What would you call a fairly low level?
Up to 1.5 metres, it would be the norm. The testing facility, though, enables us to test up to 2.5 metres.
So the concept that is mentioned in your recognition of a barrier extending up to a maximum height of 3.5 metres hasn't currently been constructed. Is that correct?
Over a short length, I'm just trying to remember the details off the top of my head. I think it was a 15-metre long to 3.2 metre height. That was to a subterranean car park.
And that, of course, is to the kind of location where there isn't any debate about creating an embankment, because that would be a nonsense in that location. It has to be some form of door, or in your case, the SAFB.
Yeah, and the door, self-closing flood door, again, is another good example of flood protection. The difference between the barrier and the door is the door has to be operated. The barrier is self-operational. So the barrier is quite often the chosen preference where virtually zero maintenance or actual manual activity in the deployment is involved.
Or there's a concern about the loss of power, perhaps, which would otherwise operate the door as opposed to the SAFB.
Yeah, obviously the SAFB doesn't need power, it's self-activating. The SAFB uses the problem, i.e. the flood, the water, as the source of power to raise it. It can be augmented with power if necessary. There's been a couple of installs where bellows have been installed underneath so it can be pre-raised. There's been 2 or 3 examples where a pump has been deployed into a chamber to pump water into the buoyancy tanks to raise it in advance. But generally it's designed to be completely self-activating.
Yes, I just wanted to ask you about that point, because I was interested in your recognition when you list all of the parameters that are set out on the first page of your recognition. you put in can be augmented with mechanical activation and retraction if required. Why, if this is such a never fails, absolutely guaranteed product, would you even have to consider that?
Some of it's client preference. We get requests from clients and have had requests from clients to design the system so that it can be deployed in advance of a flood. So, yeah, the obvious way to do that is if you've got no water to activate it, then you've got to induce water or some other means to raise the barrier.
So it's been in operation for 6 years, this type of system?
That's correct, yes.
You were asked by Mr. Dowson about climate change. Do I understand your position to be, and I'll try not to misquote you, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that this is regarded as a one-time construction? So whatever you build, it would be challenging to change it later?
Going back to the design phase, it would be irresponsible not to consider the worst case when developing a design. As a designer, you try to take all of the information available that's going to affect whatever you're building and try and design against it. Might not be the most expensive. It might be the most expensive. But what you're trying to design against is the whole life cost. If you want something to last 100 years, you look at the probabilities and the risks that could affect whatever you're designing over that period and try and combat against it. So if you were to design a self-rising flood barrier for what you believe and what you've risk assessed for everything that's going to happen in 100 years, the only reason you would need to change it is if you made the incorrect assessment in the first place in your design.
In fairness to you, Mr. Marchant, I should give you an opportunity to comment on one point relating to that. One of the challenges, as I suspect you will know only too well, having worked in the water industry, is looking forward and trying to work out what is or is not going to happen. And we heard earlier in the inquiry from representatives from SEPA, who, as you know, are the national authority here for flood matters, that the preferred option, at least to their knowledge, is not to build initially for every possible circumstance of climate change, because that can create very large defences. You forget yours for the moment. You can easily see that if you build a wall against all possible climate change scenarios, it might be very high indeed. But the preference is to allow for adaptability to be built into the system. Do I really understand you telling me it's not really possible with the SAFB? You have to design it once and then that's it?
Again, it comes back to what you consider in the design. If you want to design something for a 1 in 20-year flood, the considerations and the parameters that you put against the design would be totally different. So if you want to design it for a 1 in 100-year or a 1 in 200-year flood, if you want to design an earth embankment for a 1 in 20-year flood, but then you know that it's going to overtop on a 1 in 50 and it's going to overtop on a 1 in 100, then you know you've got more cost to incur at a later time. Otherwise, you've got to raise the flood defence to accommodate the eventuality that you know is going to happen. So its whole life cost is an unknown at the time that you make the decision of the original build. What we try to do is if a client wants a 100-year design life, that means it's got to work for 100 years. We'll design something that will work for 100 years.
Yes, now, we heard about the incident at Cockermouth where a panel didn't settle back in as planned, and you've given us an explanation as to why that happened. I take it you would agree that if you have a long run of panels, risk of a panel not functioning on any one occasion must be increased, at least to some extent.
No, I don't agree with that statement. The panels are all interconnected. It's all driven by water. Water goes in and it finds its own level. There's multiple entry points. It's not just one entry point for a long panel. So it's not filling up from one end and progressively migrating its way through the tank. There would be multiple entry points, usually one into each tank. So the panel goes up uniformly. Water rises, generally rises in a flat plane. It doesn't rise on a slope. And it goes down on the flat plane. It doesn't fall down on the slope either. So it's impossible for a panel, if it's installed correctly and the operation instructions are adhered to, one panel cannot rise independently of another, or one panel cannot fall independently of another. So the instance at Cockermouth was basically they used the wrong equipment against the instructions, and that's the reason why it happened. When the right equipment was used, the panel rose and fell uniformly with the remainder.
And all of that is dependent on the correct operation of what we might describe as the invisible part of the system, the underground tanks, piping, inlets, and so on. That's what determines the subsequent operation of the wall section, if I can put it that way.
Yeah, the mechanism of the barrier rising and falling is operated by the water and the passage of the water between the tanks.
So you're then dependent on these tanks not having any issues with debris, silt, or anything of that kind, which might impinge on any of them at any point, perhaps a number of tanks in a long run?
No, the installation would factor in mechanisms to prevent debris going in. The maintenance, which is once a year, if there is any slight silt build-up, it would be flushed out as the barrier retracts back down into its position. Once the barrier is closed, there's nothing can get in.
And does that not depend on a lot of technical detail about the gradients, the quantity of silt in the river naturally, the quantity of silt that might be present on a flood occasion, and how much of that might or might not remain in the system?
I'm not sure about gradients. I don't really see where that comes into the argument. Yes, silt is present in flood water. It always is. The tank is large enough, and the passages between the tanks are large enough to enable the silt to migrate with the water as it dissipates out of the tank when the flood subsides.
I suppose what it comes to is this, Mr. March, and let me make it absolutely clear, no intention on the part of the Council to say that this isn't an operational scheme which is very valuable in many circumstances. There's no issue over that. But so far as a major scheme of this kind, it's essentially untested.
It's a major scheme of this size. It's slightly bigger than the scheme that went in at Cockermouth. Cockermouth has been used many times in anger, It's always performed perfectly. It's never failed once. Quite similar, although not as big, is the scheme in New York on the side of the River Hudson, which protects a very vital medical facility. That's been used since its install at least 4 times when the Hudson has flooded. It's worked perfectly every time. There's a contract that's being evaluated at the moment elsewhere in Scotland, where there is 1,100 metres of self-rising flood barrier in the design. That should come to award any time within the next 6 weeks. So the principle of the size of the scheme is really irrelevant in terms of the multiple panels of barriers working together. Numerous multi-barrier, multi-panel barriers. In the barriers
the stuff as well. Is that correct?
Would be is probably less than the width of this table, something in the region of around probably 600 mil. So you would need obviously enough reinforced concrete around that to drop the cassette into. The actual width of that is dependent on the load that the cassette has got to take when the barrier is under flood, because obviously you've got the pressure of the flood water, and that has to be counteracted by the resistance that the foundation for the barrier generates. So there's no general size of construction. It's dependent on the particular install that's going in. But it's only a temporary construction, and once the barrier is in position, everything is reinstated and returned to a flat footprint.
But what you've just described, I think, is the footprint of the cassette location. What about the chambers and the pipework, the concrete tank that you talked about earlier? That has to be installed as well?
That's the cassette contains the buoyancy chamber. The concrete tank it's a misnomer on words. The concrete tank basically is what retains the cassette. The actual buoyancy chamber is and where the water flows is within the cassette. So the construction of the concrete either side of the cassette, which is the foundation, is determinable by the amount of pressure and load that the barrier has to take.
Yeah, I think you very fairly pointed out that precise construction details depend on precisely where you're locating it in relation to other items, whether a riverside wall or otherwise.
Yeah, it's a function of where it's being sited, the depth, the loading, the type of ground, the proximity of services, proximity of other infrastructure. So when you're designing a project to take a flood barrier, then you do obviously a full survey and agree which is the best location and the best run for the barrier.
And presumably you still need to deal with any other water or sewerage services which also may require to be considered in the context of flooding.
In respect to infrastructure passing across the barrier or underneath the barrier, Is that the question?
If you're going to install let's just call a substantial length of barrier in an area where there are already surface water and sewerage systems, you presumably have to deal with these in some way.
You would endeavour in the design phase to pick the route that has the least interference with existing infrastructure service. Occasionally, some infrastructure may have to be diverted. It depends what the circumstances are and where the locations are.
Thank you. So, just so I'm clear, what size of footprint were we talking about? Was it something bigger than that table between the concrete walls and the cassette item, just to give us an idea of what we're talking about?
It's difficult to say because it's not been designed. I'm not sure. I've certainly not calculated out what the loading would be. So to determine the size of the foundation without doing a fair amount of work, I couldn't tell you. But generally, with the cassette being 650 mil wide, the foundation, you can build a fairly substantial concrete wall at 300 mil thick. So your overall excavation would probably be 1,200.
And if we're building it in a wall, is it, did you say a metre high wall if you were trying to get up to about 3 metres protection?
If you are going to 3.5 metres protection, which is the maximum height we can go to, it would be necessary to construct a sub-wall off the existing foundation to a level of 900 millimetres high.
Thank you. Just one or two more. You're very positive about the inability for anyone to do anything that impacts on the scheme's operation by way of vandalism or accidental ingress of any item into the system. Is that not, over a prolonged period, still a considerable potential risk?
Our knowledge of the system, I say our, this collectively, this is the technicians within the company, and some of these have been building flood barriers, self-activated flood barriers since the first conception. Based on our collective knowledge, we've got no knowledge of damage, we've got no knowledge of failure on the systems so far. So someone, you can't stick something and you can't wedge something in to stop it happening. The only thing that you could attack would be the barrier, the post itself, where the barrier raises. That would have to be physically bent to stop the barrier rising. It would have to be bent out of alignment. And the only way that could happen is if you couldn't bend it, you couldn't swing onto it and bend it. They're too solid, they're too robust. You would have to drive a car or a truck into it to actually bend it.
That's what I was actually wondering about. This is the difficulty we're all having, Mr. March, and you as well, that this is not a scheme that's been designed, and therefore we're all talking in hypotheticals. But on the basis of what you're telling us, it's at least possible that a scheme would be in place in a location where car parking, traffic, vans and so on was to be expected. Now, there are two points arising from that. One's the point you've just very fairly mentioned, that if a vehicle impacted a post and that was a known event or an unknown event, that might have an impact on the efficacy of the scheme. And the other one is, if you need the wall to get the height, you presumably then have to factor in, if you're going to maintain some form of access, you need to factor in gaps in the system somehow to allow for vehicular movement through it.
Yeah, where you need to have either pedestrian passage or vehicle passage, and you break the wall and you put in a conventional floodgate. But the instance of damage, if a car or a lorry backed into the wall, or rather backed into a post, it's no different to a vehicle driving through a conventional floodgate or driving through a conventional stop log or backing into a glass panel. All of these could happen.
Wouldn't happen with an embankment in that form, would it? That wouldn't prevent the embankment carrying out its function of preventing flooding.
I've seen several instances where embankments have eroded through flood damage and breached. I think there's more likelihood of an embankment being breached than there is of a self-activating flood barrier jamming.
And as far as maintenance is concerned, essentially, as I understand it, what you're telling us is that you think if everything is done correctly for the entire life of the scheme, then it should work. But of course, it's presumably then subject to the old problem that all systems that have human intervention have, that someone doesn't do something correctly or doesn't check it correctly or doesn't test it. And at that point, you're at risk of something not working.
I think it's fair to say that anything that has moving parts, if it's not maintained, at some time in its lifespan will fail. Whether it be a self-activating flood barrier, a door, a car, a computer, anything will fail if it's not maintained. It's how rigorous the owner, the ultimate owner, wants to be in terms of providing a planned maintenance program.
Thank you. I think I'm almost finished with questions about your flood barrier. I have one or two after that. Just interested in this business of the trigger level, because I think Mr. Dowson quite properly pointed out that if you're trying to operate this from a river system which is subject to fluctuations in level, both due to rainfall and also due to tidal conditions, there may be an issue as to when the flood barrier initially starts. Is that a potential issue, that you could well have water coming in? There's no risk of flooding, but perhaps you've got high levels and something's then triggered, so you get a partial rising of the barrier?
I would say not if it's designed correctly. You would set the trivial, you know the operating parameters of the river or the sea defence, whatever it is you're wanting to protect from. All of the historical high tide levels, the flood levels, or the river levels where flooding doesn't exist, all of that information will be known. You set your trigger level so that it doesn't operate until those known criteria are breached. As soon as they're breached, or as soon as you start to have a flood level, a flood event, you know what level you need to trigger your defences at, and that's the level you trigger the flood barrier to act at.
And then after, let's assume there is a flood event, the river levels may remain high but not dangerous for some time. Would that mean there's a likelihood of the barrier remaining partially raised?
As soon as the trigger level is reached, water starts to ingress into the barrier starts to rise. As soon as the river level falls below the trigger level, then the water starts to drain out. So as soon as the water is literally below the trigger level, within a matter of minutes, the barrier will deploy back down into its cassette chamber.
Thank you. I've nothing further about the SAFB. I just want to check a couple of answers you gave earlier. You were asked about glass panels, and I think you described them as quite popular. Now, you then made some criticisms on them, which we've obviously listened to, but in terms of being quite popular, am I right in understanding that they are a regularly used flood protection measure in various places throughout the world, notwithstanding the criticisms you make of them?
They're one of the more common flood prevention mechanisms. Like deployable, demountable barriers is another one. They've been around a lot longer than self-activated flood barriers. In Brisbane, for instance, all of the glass panels are now being removed because of constant vandalism and damage by traffic. So it's true to say that they are more common than self-activated flood barriers, but they're not the be-all and end-all. Definitely not.
And in answer to a question from Mr. Jackman, the reporter, you'd given a 60% failure figure for demountable barriers. But do I understand you to say that that's because that's barriers not getting there in time or some kind of equipment failure, not being kept properly or something of that kind, rather than them failing in situ when properly installed?
It's for a multiple of reasons. The biggest instance of failure, and this is documented, I think the biggest instance of failure is not being able to deploy them fast enough to protect against the flood. There's numerous instances of a partial deployment because items in the system were missing. There's numerous examples of without seals because they couldn't find the seals. They could happen for numerous reasons.
I really just have the one final question. It's part of your job to try to sell your product to the widest possible audience, isn't it?
It's a difficult question to answer. I came here. I purposely didn't bring any literature or any slides because this isn't a sales forum. I came here as an engineer with our opinion on a technology that we think it is a great technology. It's very low cost in terms of its maintenance and its operation. And it does its job. It has done its job for the past 6 years. And would we have bought the IP if we didn't think it would do its job? Well, no, we wouldn't. But like anyone else, you have to believe in your product. And we aren't the only people in the world that make flood protection. There's numerous companies, loads and loads of companies that make flood protection. It's a fact that the climate is altering. It's a fact that it's getting wetter. We have more and more built up urbanized areas. Rainfall is changing. The trade winds are changing. Rainfall, jet streams changing. Rainfall is on the increase. It's common knowledge and common understanding that instances of flooding are going to increase. It's an area of construction that I personally have been involved in for 40 odd years, and it's an area. Yeah, I'm passionate about it. People don't have to suffer flooding these days. There are remedies available to stop it happening.
I have nothing further, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Connell had asked most of my questions, but just one I'll pick up on. Do you accept in principle the premise that a self-closing flood barrier would be more expensive to construct than, say, a bund?
From the costings that I've seen, no. I think the flood barrier would be cheaper, and certainly in its whole life cost, taking into account its operation, its maintenance, the need not to have to alter it. I think generally it is certainly an all-round cheaper option.
Okay, thank you very much. That's your task done. I think that perhaps this might be an appropriate moment to take our mid-morning break, and then we'll hear from Mr. Moyer. So if we come back for 11:10. Okay, thank you very much. Suggested site visiting itinerary, so I'll just leave that for Whitesands to have a look at in due course, and we'll talk about that again as the inquiry progresses. Mr. Dowson, do you want to introduce your next witness, please?
Yes, could I introduce Mr. Alistair Moyer, who is an engineer, I think by profession. I think it's better he introduces himself. Really.
Morning. My name is Alistair Moyer. I am and have for a number of years been qualified as a design engineer. I've got an extremely unusual background. I've been retired for 20 years, so it's been a long time since I actually did any work. I did work for a number of years with the electricity company here, and worked at the Galloway Hydro scheme. And while I was there, I got involved in data handling and data manipulation for work to produce an automated electricity production scheme, which involved manipulating data for rainfall, river inflow, river levels, flooding, climate, barometric pressure, dam levels, river levels, and consequent electricity generation. These were all factual figures, and none of them were theoretical. So if I just go ahead and read out my recognition. The first part, the River Nith, Dumfries and Galloway, an introduction. The Nith rises near Cumnock in Ayrshire and flows down through Dumfries and Galloway to end near Glencapel on the shore of the Solway Firth. The Nith can be regarded as a mature river in that it displays all the classic signs: floodplains, silt transport and river meanders. Along with many other UK rivers, in the period from 1939 to date, the floodplains have been reduced. First, for use as additional productive arable land during World War II, and then as land for development thereafter. The net effect of this reduction of floodplains is to raise the water level in the river during periods of high inflow. This is an issue brought to the fore, particularly in Somerset during flood conditions. This has led to EPA recognising that floodplain restoration can be an important element in any flood protection scheme. This situation applies to the Nith, as demonstrated, I mentioned this earlier, during the 2015 flooding, when somebody took a backhoe loader into the field at the Dalscone floodplain and breached the bund. That action itself reduced the flooding in the Whitesands considerably, left the backhoe loader stuck in the field for a couple of weeks. Now, my second part, Dumfries Whitesands flooding. This document sets out my objections and concerns regarding the current proposals for flood defence of the Whitesands area in Dumfries. In my opinion, the proposals seem to be based on anecdotal evidence. Whilst much is made within the proposals of data, diagrams and graphs presented, I feel they're largely irrelevant to the actual issues that need to be addressed by any proposals for flood defence or flood management considered for implementation. Definition of the problem. It is important when tackling any problem to first fully define it. My concern is that this stage has been replaced by a scheme conceived without reference to the issues of flood defence or flood management, by hyping up the problems caused by flooding that has been seen over many years in the Whitesands area. I accept that flooding does happen and causes very real problems, especially for those who own or rent property in this area. And this is an essential first step in defining the problem. Beyond this, a decision requires to be made regarding whether flood defence or flood management is the most appropriate way to tackle the cause of Whitesands flooding. I feel that flood management may well be the best way to proceed. However, there has not been enough research work done to define the flooding causes and the problems caused by the actual flood. It is essential, therefore, before any significant amount of money is spent on this issue, that this groundwork is done to fully understand the issues and create a proper specification for any works proposed to deal with either flood defence or flood management. The proposals currently under consideration are, in my opinion, a rehash of the already rejected Whitesands Improvement Scheme, which was a proposal for landscaping much of the area in an attempt to improve its aesthetics.
Mr. Dawson, any questions?
Right. Alistair, are you suggesting that the flood management, we need a lot more research really then? Is that what you're saying before? I mean, I know you've raised concerns with me about all sorts of things, about even the design that's before you and things like that, even down to the detail of things like glass panels or bunds or embankments. Would it be all right if Alistair just maybe elaborated on that? I'm just trying to understand myself. Yeah. If you're basically saying we need more research before...
We heard on... Oh, sorry, I left my mic on. We heard on Tuesday from the SEPA hydrologist, and he explained that hydrology is really a relatively inexact science. It's theoretical. You take the theory and you try and create a river model, and you use that river model to try and predict what's going to happen. The council has a very good model. What it clearly shows is that if you get enough water in the river, it floods. Unfortunately for the council, that's why we're all here. We all know it floods. I think to be telling the people in Nunham or Kingham or Welldale that the river floods if you get enough water in it is quite frankly insulting. The data and the graphs and all of the reports on the hydrographics don't actually tell us why the flooding occurs, what actually causes the flooding, and when it's likely to happen. As I said before, the work I've done in the past looked at the holistic issue, and it took into account rainfall, took into account consequent inflow, and that's a huge big issue there, took into account river levels, it took into account weather, took into account barometric pressure, and it used all of that and had as an end result electricity production. We were able to, from that, produce a system that allowed for the automation or the control of the system. It works. The lights are on, it works. It's not theoretical. The work I've done in the past is not theoretical. It was actual, it was practical, and it works. I don't see that level of work in any of the council's proposals, and I'm concerned spending a huge amount of money without doing the research first is just wrong. What was the other part of your question, John? Sorry.
Sorry, I should have. I do apologise. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes. Since I retired, I qualified as an access auditor as defined under the Disability Discrimination Act. And I looked at the council scheme, a 1.4 metre bund with a 1.1 metre glass wall on top. And I think the suggestion was on Tuesday that it wouldn't, not Tuesday, yesterday from the webcast I saw, it wouldn't impose any sort of visual impact. Wrong. Under the Disability Discrimination Act, you have to obscure at least part of the glass. Otherwise it becomes a danger. So it's no longer clear. It is obscured. It does provide a barrier to viewing the river. There is a proposal to run a ramp along the bund to allow less able people access. And if I can remember the design right, that ramp is essentially built within the bund. Problem is, as the previous witness said, the floodwater causes a loading on the flood defences. And if you cut into the bund on the dry side of it to put a ramp in, you don't leave enough space to reinforce the support structure for the glass wall, permanent glass wall, and the demountable glass wall, and you run a serious risk of the whole lot coming down on top of you. And I do accept that we only have outline proposals, not detailed proposals. But this is a huge, big issue, and it's just not been tackled. I hope that answers at least some of the questions.
Mr. Connell, any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moore, in your opinion, would implementing the scheme that is currently before us preclude in the future some kind of catchment planning measures?
No, it wouldn't. I just don't see any point in spending a huge amount of money producing a huge big structure when you don't really know whether that structure is relevant to the dealing with the problem. You also don't have enough detail of the design to say that the structure is strong enough to deal with the problem. And there isn't enough consideration within the outline design to take account of the issues associated with disability access and the Disability Discrimination Act.
Okay, thank you. You expressed concerns about the hydrological models used by the council's various versions of those and their theoretical nature. If you don't use models, what alternative is there to assess options?
I have no problem per se with the models. They are perfectly acceptable things to use. What I have a problem with is what the council says the models show. The models show that if you put enough water into the river, it floods. That's all they show.
Okay, thank you. You also, apart from your recognition, you submitted a book as a document. And it's all very interesting, lots of different articles. It's a collection of various articles covering different subjects. Was there any particular conclusions that you were inviting us to draw from that book?
Of all of the studies and reports done, particularly on Whitesands, but in rivers generally, there are two basic approaches. One is to build walls, barriers, bunds to try and stop flooding happening in a particular location. And the other is a much more holistic approach, an attempt to actually manage the river's flow by using, for example, floodplains, by using bunds, by using barriers, and by simply watching what happens and making sure that the river has enough space to flow. A mature river, such as the Nith, one of the features of a mature river is silt transport. Silt transport is actually what causes the meanders. And it also builds up the riverbed, reduces the amount of space for the water to flow. And one of the measures already dismissed out of hand by the council was any kind of dredging, even though it had until very, very recently a legal requirement to dredge the Nith and didn't do it. From 1948 it had a requirement to dredge the Nith because it was effectively in charge of the dock at Dock Park, but didn't dredge it. That might have helped reduce some of the river. I don't believe there's enough data there to confirm that. I don't believe there's enough data in all of this to give us an idea of what we should or could be doing.
Thank you.
You said that we don't have enough data to know what we could or should be doing, and you've also said that you feel that perhaps the best way to proceed would be flood management. If we're lacking in data, what leads you to think that that might be the best way to proceed?
At first I wasn't really terribly sure. Then in 2015 there was a big flood, and I was in town one day and all of a sudden the flood waters started receding, and along with a lot of people I was very bemused by it because it was still pouring. There was still water gushing down the river. I couldn't understand it. Then I drove from the Cuckoo Bridge roundabout on the Dumfries bypass towards the Edinburgh Road roundabout to discover that somebody had taken a backhoe loader, backed it up to the bund at the Dalscon, by the Dalscon sewage works, and burst the bund. It raised the water level in that one floodplain alone enough to trap the digger. The digger was trapped for a couple of weeks actually, a couple of weeks before they could get it back out. JCB backhoe loader, you're probably talking about needing 5-6 foot to trap the vehicle. So there was 5-6 foot of water in that one floodplain, which actually isn't that big. Maybe only a quarter of the area of the Whitesands that floods. Yet that reduced the flood level in the Whitesands significantly. It made me think, given that I already knew from previous work done, that much of the floodplain land had been taken away during World War II to increase the productive arable land. The floodplains, of course, being very, very nutrient-rich, very good arable land, and that has raised the level of the river.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I think, shall we just take a 5-minute break for Mr. Dowson to change mindsets from leading to getting himself together for giving evidence. So just give you a wee moment to collect yourself. I'll just make it clear, you did prepare a very detailed precognition, but as we agreed at the pre-examination meeting, any precognition that was more than 2,000 words would be assumed to be taken as read, and at the actual inquiry itself, witnesses would just read out a summary precognition. So would you be so kind as to read out your summary precognition, please?
In preparing this summary, I would like to draw the attention of the public to the full precognition of 8,800 words, which has been submitted to the reporters. Because of the length of this document, I'm not allowed to read it out in full. That's fair enough. It is an extensive document covering such subjects as 1. Design justification, 2. Legal matters, ownership of land, 3. Public realm improvements, 4. The need for a flood protection scheme in Dumfries, 5. Option choices, including alternative designs and possible amendments, 6. Costing of options, 7. Height of options, 8. Climate change and freeboard, 9. Economic appraisal, 10. Effectively up and down river, 11. The green sands wall and the river wall, 12. Seepage and cut-off design and sizing of concrete, 13. Operational and maintenance arrangements, 14. Drainage and Scottish Water, 15. Health and safety issues and trade unions, and 16 is it's a longer section about responses to council inquiry statements on wide-ranging technical issues. I feel that I am unable to provide a comprehensive summary of all of these issues in a limit of 2,000 words, so I'm not going to try. The issues will be covered by 6 different specialist witnesses on the council side. I urge members of the public to consider reading my precognition in full, and I have provided a number of printed copies that are here if anyone wants one for that purpose. And I do accept that the reporters will read my precognition in full, and I'm happy to be cross-examined on the content of the document. And it will, in time, be my intention to cross-examine council witnesses on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you. And your precognition is also available on our website. You don't have to take advantage of this, Mr. Dowson. I'll leave it to you, but you might want to let cross-examination speak for itself, or cover these things in your own closing submissions. But since you can't lead yourself, are there any things that have happened since you wrote your precognition that you'd like to add now?
I'm going to say not really. In fact, there have been a lot of things, because I've been able to see the precognitions from the various other witnesses, and particularly James MacLeod. But I'm not wishing to go into them. I think I have the opportunity under cross-examination to perhaps bring these points out. So at this moment, no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Connell, any questions?
Well, I have to start with a general one, Mr. Dowson, and I make this point having regard to what the reporter quite properly said was the degree of leeway that to make this process work we're all allowing. You've covered in your list a great number of topics which you've just outlined. Now, we all know that you are acting as the, let's call it the spokesman, whatever phrase one wants to use for a group. But do you have any qualifications which allow you to give substantive evidence that would assist the reporters on that range of topics?
Well, my professional qualifications, I think, I have stated that I am a qualified designer. I have an MA in environmental design. I've had over 40 years involved in the construction industry, mostly in housing. In terms of a lot of the detail that you're asking me about, I would say no, I'm not qualified. But what I have been able to do, and I'm very grateful for that, is I've been able to call on the support of many people in the community who are professionally qualified. Some of them have helped me and suggested to me many of the points that are in this recognition, and I'm very grateful to them. I mean, they come from a wide range of professional backgrounds: engineers, architects, planners, accountants, etc. So no, I'm not personally qualified, but I'm trying to draw on the experience of the Whitesands group itself and many of the professional supporters in the town and wider. And some of those professional supporters would prefer to remain unnamed for reasons of living in a small town.
The other general point, and it's probably to the same effect, it's designed to save a little bit of time, Mr. Dowson, is that in many places in your recognition, you say things like, we do not agree or we do not accept a particular point. Would it be fair to say that in most of these places, you don't actually put forward an alternative proposition? You simply say you dispute or don't accept or don't agree with what has been said?
Well, I need to go through the incidences. I mean, I think it's right and proper that if I'm trying to be a spokesman, that we indicate that we don't agree with something. But we've always stood ready to sit down in a meaningful way with the council, with anyone, to discuss positive alternatives. And I don't think we're short on ideas. We would like to have had the opportunity to do that over the past years, but there have been so many barriers put up to us doing that. But that will be the subject of further discussion. So I don't think it's just a question of saying, no, we don't agree with something. I mean, I'm quite happy, if you want, in any detail or any detailed issue, to go into that and explore that further. I would think through our group and through the expertise and collective knowledge that we have, I would say we stand ready to make a positive contribution to any of these issues.
Now, well, let's just take your recognition. Have you got a copy in front of you? Then, because I'm not going to take you through it dot and comma, because we'll be here forever, and I've already indicated that simply disputing things with you won't necessarily help, and we're relying on the council's position. But I would like to ask you a few questions. The 1 in 75 year protection level, which we know the scheme is designed to achieve with the various elements combined, you describe on that first page, about halfway down, as an arbitrary figure. Now, is it not fair to say, Mr. Dowson, that it's a compromise between levels of protection and environmental impact?
Well, that's certainly not how I would describe it. What I'm really saying there is I've seen no evidence whatsoever that justifies the 1 in 75 level. I am aware that there was a 1 in 200 year level that was commonly used by the government in the past as being really a condition for grant, and I think That's the level that was done at Inverness. And I'm conscious that the charrette-led design, which went back to 2012, gave a community that desire for a 1 in 25-year level. Now, somewhere between that charrette of 1 in 25 and the government's maximum, if you want, of 1 in 200, a 1 in 75 figure appeared. As far as I know, that figure of 1 in 75 was never part of a community engagement or consultation agreement. I believe that the suggestion for the 1 in 75 was that it would be good for the insurance industry. Under a freedom of information request, I asked over the last 5 years how many times had the design team met with anyone from the insurance industry. And I was told that they hadn't met with the insurance industry at all. I've met with people from the insurance industry and asked them about this. And they take the view that a 1 in 75-year level will make not the slightest difference to insurance. Because CPAT will still class the Whitesands as a floodplain, and insurance companies would still be very reticent or cautious about providing flood insurance in there. So why is the 1 in 75-year level there? I think it was partly historic around 2014 and 15. I certainly discussed that with Colin Smith, Councillor Colin Smith, who was the then chairman of the appropriate committee. And he was of the view that that was a requirement for Scottish Office grant at that time, and that if they came below 1 in 75, it may not get funding. And that's why I said it was perhaps motivated partly by financial opportunism rather than an agreed community design level. I personally still take the view that a 1 in 75-year level is over-engineered and not required.
But so your concern is not that 1 in 75 degree of protection is too low. It's too high a specification. Did I pick you up right?
Yes. Yeah. And I'm referencing that back to the charrette, where the community kind of agreement was a 1 in 25-year level. Somewhere along the line after that charrette, I believe that council officers increased it to 1 in 75 on the basis they thought it wouldn't make a lot of difference and it might appeal to the insurance industry. All I'm saying is I have not seen any evidence from the insurance industry that that's the case, and therefore that is not the original level that the charrette agreed to.
And the 1 in 25 level is what, at least according to the council's position, is achieved by the embankment with the glass panels on top. The 1 in 75 only being the demountable sections which can be deployed in these higher flood events. Do you object to that?
Yes, I mean obviously that's why I'm here. Yes. I think there's been a lot of confusion over what the 1 in 25-year actually is, and I have referenced, and I referenced just to the page 47 of the master plan, which was 2014, where indications were given in a photograph of what a 1 in 25-year level was. And in that photograph it appears that a 1 in 25-year level was around about 6 feet. In fact, the 1 in 25-year level at 2.5 metres is 8 feet 2 inches. So I think people were given a wrong impression, both at the charrette and in the 2014 master plan, about what a 1 in 25-year level actually was. And I'm still, I have to say, not convinced that a 1 in 25-year level is required. I think there needs to be a debate about what the actual optimum level or best level is for Dumfries. I'm a bit like Alistair Moyer, that I have grave doubts about some of the models that we're presented with. If I may say, I think you yesterday referred to Storm Frank as being a 1 in 30 level. I've got to say I've got no evidence that Storm Frank was a 1 in 30 level. I'd be very surprised if it was. If Storm Frank had been a 1 in 30 level, it would have come in at the Whitesands at Bank Street at approximately 3.2 metres high. It was never anywhere near that. I reckon Storm Frank was around about a 1 in 10 to a 1 in 15 level. Now, okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't seen any evidence that says it was 1 in 30.
I recall seeing evidence from SEPA which showed the actual water flow rates in the River Neath during Storm Frank, and it peaked at an equivalence to a 1 in 25 to 1 in 30. But that's not the same thing as flood level. That's the amount of water flowing through the River Neath at that time.
But where was that measurement taken? How long was it there for? Was that on the Whitesands or was it not on the Whitesands? You know, I have my doubts. If we're serious about a 1 in 25 level, and we've agreed that that's 2.5 metres or 8 feet 2, I was around in Storm Frank, and I don't think the water on the Whitesands hit that level. That's just a personal opinion, obviously. But I certainly don't think it was 1 in 30. And yeah. 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 I mean, one of the important things to look at is a bit of the history of flooding in Dumfries. Floods like that are fairly rare. They do come around every now and again. But for instance, I would like to see in historical terms, certainly over the last 100 years, when there was a 1 in 75-year flood. Now, I don't think historically that has happened, and I don't think, I'd be interested to find out what the 1977 level was, because that's the highest level I've seen.
I suppose, from the Council's perspective, Mr. Dowson, the question is where one goes with this, because we've heard lots of evidence of the impact of the 2015 flood as being unpleasant, difficult. One just needs to look at the pictures to see the extent of the flooding. Now, if that's a 1 in 10 event, that's one might expect to occur more frequently in the future, does it not strengthen the need for flood protection of some kind rather than support the proposition of doing nothing?
Okay, it's about a balance, and my view is that the balance is over-engineered in the Council proposal. Now, if you under-engineer it, if you make it lower, yes, the lower you make it, then the more likelihood is that those defences will be overtopped. But SEPA have already said that they'll be overtopped at 1 in 75 at some time. Now, I will be amazed if that happens. It may do. I've read through things like the Babty report. Babty, for instance, speculated on effectively what I think he called a 1 in 10-year solution, which would be roughly about railing height. And I speak to many of the traders and people from our group, and I am told, or they are putting to me constantly, that they would be very, very content or very, very happy to see something about railing height or a 1 in 10, 1 in 12 year kind of level. A 1 in 10 year defence system would be a massive step forward for Dumfries, because in my estimation that would cut out maybe 90 to 95% of the floods. Yes, that will be overtopped easily, but you would still contain that amount of water within the 1 in 10. And if it's overtopped, you're just back to the current situation. But that would only happen every 10 years, as opposed to maybe annually at the moment. So a 1 in 10 year solution would be favoured by many, many people in the community. And when they hear of a 1 in 25 year permanent barrier with a 1 in 75 panels on top, a lot of people feel that is over-engineered.
I suppose it's my fault, but I'm just not understanding this over-engineered thing. If you have let's assume that you build the embankment with the glass panels, and I know you don't want that, so take that as read. Let's assume you build that. Now, if you're right, just anecdotally, that floods which will reach a higher level than that are very rare indeed, then all that's been provided here, Mr. Dowson, is a method for dealing with those floods if they happen by the demountable panels. It's not a big deal, is it?
Well, it is a big deal for most people in Dumfries, because what you're doing is you're building a barrier on the river for 365 days of the year to deal with a flood, which 9 times out of 10 will be very small, and will only last for 2 days. And that is why we've constantly argued with the council to look at alternatives, such as you heard about this morning. That particular product would only be deployed for 2 days a year, and would deal with the very level of floods that you're suggesting, and we wouldn't even see it. So people's logic, people are saying, why then? Why do we need a 365 day a year, 3 metre high or 2.5 metre high barrier at all?
Thank you. Just a little further down, I do want to ask you one question which I thought you might have within your expertise. You see about 2/3 of the way down that first page, you have a sentence starting, and I'm sorry, I don't always have paragraph numbers, so pick it. But reference is made to the placemaking vision. You see the sentence starting there? That is set out within the Whitesands master plan. Now, first of all, I think we cleared this up the other day, but the vision of those that you've brought to the inquiry is retaining the large area of car parking, isn't it?
Yes.
And then you say that you refer to the Whitesands master plan. Now, you've been in local government and you will know how planning systems work. And you're aware that there is a master plan which has gone through a particular process and has been approved and sent to Scottish Government and so on. So you're aware of that, aren't you?
Sam, yes. Mm-hmm.
And that is a master plan which has at its heart a vision which depends on dealing with the flooding in the way that the council propose.
Yes, it also, if you want to look at that master plan document, relates to the public realm improvements. And that master plan was approved by the public and by the council, and I was at various of the meetings and watched it happen and raised a worry about it at the time, that within that master plan there was a whole range of public realm improvements, sweeteners as I call them in here, that were designed to entice people to support that master plan. I raised concerns about that at the time because I could see, having been in local government, that there was no budgetary commitment to the public realm improvements. Now, these public realm improvements were many. I mean, we were going to get all sorts of things. We were going to get sites, so we were going to get multi-storey car parks, we were going to get market squares. I'll give you the list. We were going to get a historic warehouse conversion. We were going to get Whitesands opportunity sites ×4. We were going to get a concealed multi-storey car park. a crafts quarter in the Vennels, a market Vennel, an Irish street improvement.
You don't need to go through. We're familiar with the master.
Oh, you're familiar. Okay. Well, the point I'm making is that that was the master plan. That was the vision that was being sold to the people of Dumfries. And it was a lovely vision. I even quite liked it myself. But there was no budgetary commitment or political commitment to put the money on the table to do all of these things. And as we sit here today, all of these things have disappeared. They are no longer in the master. Well, they may still be in the master plan, but they're certainly not in any council plan to deliver those. What we're left with, having taken all these things out, is abandon the Whitesands.
That's exactly the point, isn't it, Mr. Dowson? You know the position here. Not everybody who reads your material will know the position. These were proposals which were included in a council plan which was duly passed in the way you suggested. And you've said in your recognition they have been deleted from this proposal. Well, that's just incorrect.
Well, the Whitesands master plan was built around the flood plan. It was broken down into priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3. Priority 1 was always the flood prevention scheme, because it was to be built around that. But priority 2 and 3 were the vision. They were the things that would deliver the vision. They have been effectively deleted. They are not going to happen. There is no plan to deliver them.
So when you say deleted, you don't mean they've been, the master plan has been taken off the table, as it were. What I think you're trying to say is that they may exist, but you personally are doubtful that they'll actually come to pass.
I'm pretty certain they won't. Given the Council's current financial position, having chaired the Economic Development Committee for 5 or so years, knowing what their current capital programme is and debts issues are, the chances of this Council delivering any of these things in the near future is I think, very, very remote indeed.
That phrase appears in various places, so I won't return to it. But my point is simply that what we have in front of us is a flood protection scheme under the Flood Act and not a planning document. And you're aware of that, aren't you?
I accept that, but then you cannot call this scheme a vision for Dumfries or a vision for the Whitesands. But it's certainly not the vision that was in the master plan. It's only one component, and it's only a flood protection scheme.
I was just going to try to make the point that you said yourself a minute ago, Mr. Dowson, the vision was built around the flood protection scheme. So you need to deliver the flood protection scheme to make the vision even possible. Isn't that fair?
No, it's not. No. I was town centre manager for 2 years as well. So look, you can do. We've been trying to deliver that vision in the master plan with this council for 20, 30 years and not been getting anywhere. And it's never required or needed a flood protection scheme to deliver it. In fact, if I was still in the council, I would be arguing strongly that even the 20% finance, and I've argued this, and so many people in the town agree with me, ultimately £5 or £6 million will still have to be paid by the council as their 20% contribution towards this flood prevention scheme. Many, many people would much rather see that being spent in their high street. That's the way to maybe deliver a vision for Dumfries. And many, many people think that this kind of money being spent on the Whitesands is effectively a waste of money and not the best use of scarce public resources.
Well, I'm not going to debate the use of resources with you, Mr. Dowson, because as you know, this is not a subject matter for this inquiry. And the regeneration of the high street might be a very interesting and no doubt tricky topic to deal with, as many councils around the country know. But so far as the Whitesands master plan is concerned, which is still an officially approved policy document, it requires the delivery of the flood protection scheme envisaged in that plan, does it not?
Well, I mean, even if I accepted that, I would accept that it requires the delivery of a flood prevention scheme. Now, one of our difficulties is that we do not think that there ever has been what I call a robust and fair option appraisal process, and that we've been sold one scheme for 6 years now without really looking at the options. And you've heard some of the options this morning. Some of them, we think they would be better. We think they might even be cheaper, and they might even be done in 8 months rather than 3 years. So, yes, okay, if we're going to have a flood prevention scheme, let's have it, but let's have one that the community is signed up to, that's done by proper community engagement. And it may not necessarily be the scheme that's before us here today.
Let me ask you another question. I now find that the pages are not numbered. Okay. That's all right. Let's not make any point of it. This is on page 3, near the foot of the page, where we're talking about climate change. You got that page? Now, this is where I just want to try and understand what you're trying to tell the reporters. You refer to a paragraph number 3.1.1. Refers to below ground structural elements being designed to a higher flood water level than 1 in 75 years. Now, that, as you know, is the council's position, that the idea here is to design the foundation so that, if need be, in the way suggested by SEPA, the defences can be adapted to a higher level. And you correctly narrate that. But down at the foot of that page, in the last paragraph, you're saying climate change has been designed out of this proposal. That's not correct, is it?
It's to my mind, it's not been designed in. I'm still not aware of any climate change factor that's been put into this particular scheme. There is reference about strengthening the foundation so that at some point in the future it can be increased in height. But there is no description that I have found yet that says how it will be increased in height. I mean, will it be increased in height by increasing the height of the panels, increasing the height of the glass wall, or increasing the height of the raised walkway? We don't know. This is one of these details that is just a mystery, certainly to me. I mean, going back to that page 47 in the master plan, it was very interesting to see that the levels that were indicated in that particular photograph, particularly the 1 in 200 year level, also had about another half metre to a metre on top for climate change. There was a climate change factor, and I would urge the reporters to have a look at this. You know the picture, yeah. So in 2014, looking at potential levels of a barrier, the council officers were well aware of this climate change factor having to go on top of certainly a 1 in 200 year level. Well, if it has to go on top of 1 in 200 year level, it has to go on top of a 1 in 75 year level. And yet what I believe we have here is a 1 in 75 year design without that climate change factor on it. Now, that's been a mystery to me because, and if we take the logic, I mean, I shouldn't be trying to help here, I don't think, but if, as a designer, if I'm building something and I'm wanting to hit the 1 in 75 and I'm aware of climate change and I'm aware of the insurance industry and I really want to be good to them, why would I put a demountable panel of 0.45 meters, which is a lot? You know, it's not on top of that glass panel. when I could put a meter panel on. Meter panel on would perhaps account for climate change, and presumably the insurance industry would be much more happier with that, because you'd be ending up with a 1 in 100. But, you know, the thing just grows and grows and grows. So I'm mystified as to why we've all talked about how important climate change is, and yet we're sitting here discussing a scheme, in my opinion, that could accommodate climate change or a factor for it, and it's not been designed into the scheme. I've said it's been designed out. I think it has been designed out, and I think it's been designed out for a reason, and that is because it was getting too high. Because once you put that climate change factor on, and once you put on another 200 or 300 for the real freeboard allowance that should be in there, and once you put another 200 millimetre on, which you took off because you recalibrated the river in 2015 under Storm Frank, you're going to end up with something around about 3.8 metres high. And 3.8 metres high is, my opinion, would be the height you would require for a 1 in 75 year barrier with climate change. So I think you're about a metre too low at the moment.
I think we'll just agree to disagree on that. Move on, if I may. Let's go on to the next page. Why have you put in a paragraph in your recognition about legal matters which you know aren't for this inquiry?
Well, right, okay. I mentioned there the freedom of information request that I've put into.
I'd just like to know why you've put something in your recognition which you know is not for this inquiry.
I don't know it's not for this inquiry, sorry. I mean, look, you know, I'm afraid I'm going to have to show some inexperience here. I write this. If it's not allowable, then I apologise. Sorry about that, but I did not know that I could not raise that.
I don't think, Mr. Coles, we're going to deduct your points for that. What we're trying to focus on in these sessions over the next few days is on the technical matters.
Apologise for that.
Thank you. And yes, I was going to ask you about Section 3, public realm improvements, where you talk about public realm improvements having been removed. We've dealt with that. So I can move on. We have a section on community engagement later, and there's a lot of material that you deal with here that we've either heard from or we're going to hear from later. So we won't trouble with that for the moment. Can I just ask about one point, though, because I keep trying to understand what the Save Our Sands position is. Remember I asked you about it yesterday, whether you had indeed on day one abandoned the do-nothing option, and you said no, because do-nothing was still what was desired. In the heading Section 9, costing of options, near the foot of a page, you seem to say build most of the scheme, but replace the 450-metre walkway with the rising barrier. So I just need to understand, and for the assistance of the reporters, whether you're now saying, well, actually, on reflection, we think the other work should be done, but just this section differently.
Well, the contentious component of the council design has always been the 450 metres of the bund. As you move to the other two extremes of the thing, that is to the green sands in one direction, to Dock Park in the other, the barrier becomes lower anyway and less contentious. The bund also has a massive footprint. And we heard earlier about the kind of footprint that could be available by alternative schemes. So the bund really has been the focus of our objection, because that massive footprint has also been used as the mechanism for removing the car parking, the essential car parking, from that location. 230 cars have to be replaced. I think it's around 230 cars have to be replaced because of the bund. Now, without the bund and with an alternative design solution, those cars effectively, to a great extent, could remain in place. I mean, I'm not saying all 230 have to stay there, but I certainly would want to see the bulk of them there. You know, they might be, and you could do a lot with them to make it look more attractive, landscape, all sorts of things. But our objection has always been about river views and car parking, and the bund component as a design component basically wipes out the car parking, and it wipes out the river views. So that is why we focus on that 450 metres. We're not so concerned about the extremities. I think, though, going back to the previous conversation we just had, I think there is also a debate about the height. Now, if you reduce the one in 75 at Bank Street from ultimately 3 metres or 2.5 metres as a permanent barrier, for instance, if you reduced it by half a metre, let's say, then that half metre goes all the way along, and it means it would reduce it by half a metre in Dock Park and Greensands as well. So by bringing if you didn't build to 1 in 25 as a permanent barrier, that would have advantages in Dock Park and on the Greensands as well. But the focus is certainly that 450 metres.
Thank you. Can I ask you another specific point? Moving forward in your recognition, you now start to deal with a number of issues on which you express a view. But can I take you right through to where you deal in paragraph 13 with Nunham? Because, again, as the person who's leading this and putting in this document, I'm keen to check whether it's accurate. The narrative in paragraph 13 refers to the rise in flood levels at Nunham when the design was considered, and indicates the step being taken to remove that rise in flood levels. And immediately following that, you say, we will argue that this is contrary to the Flood Acts. Well, is it contrary to the Flood Acts?
I would have to admit an error there, and I apologise for that. That's a mistake on my part, but my understanding is it would be contrary to the conditions of grant from the Scottish Government.
What would be contrary to the conditions of grant?
Well, it's an understanding I have that in developing a flood protection scheme for one area, it would be a breach of a condition of grant if you did that by then displacing water onto another area. And I think that is the concern of the Nunham residents.
And what you've narrated in that paragraph is the step being taken to prevent any increase at Nunham, isn't it?
That's what it says, but this brings me back again to some of the comments that Mr. Moyer said. We are led to believe, or we are being led to believe, that by clearing the 6th arch of the Devergilla Bridge of berm, or whatever they call it, at that point, that will prevent Nunham, which is quite a fair bit upriver, from getting this extra water or this extra flooding. Now, I've read the theory of this. I'm not a hydrologist. it's a very interesting theory. I personally don't believe half of it, and I don't think it's proved that that will in fact happen, and I don't think the Nunham residents believe it. So yes, I know that that step is being taken largely to protect the Nunham residents, but I understand that that is all based on a model and a theory, and, well, rivers are rivers, you know. Models, as we said, there's lots of uncertainties in them. How can we be absolutely certain that removing that...
Can we, I mean, before we go into models, I'm sure there may well be questions on that, but you were specifically asked about the Nunholm position there, and I've noted down your answer.
Thank you, sir. Again, this is maybe a question as to whether it's out with your expertise, and if it is, perhaps the easiest answer is for you simply to tell me. But in the next section, you deal with the Greensands wall issue, and you raise, no doubt, quite properly the fact that river walls have to be maintained. That's an obligation, it has to be done. But at the Greensands part of this scheme, the flood protection measures are not the river wall. They're well stepped back from that because of the change of levels that you are familiar with at that location. So what is it about the Greensands walls that you're trying to suggest is a problem with the scheme?
Okay, well, first of all, when we talk about the Greensands wall and when we talk about that particular report, it doesn't just relate to the Greensands wall. My understanding is it relates to really the walls, or certainly on this side of the river, but I think primarily. So I think it was probably badly named as the Greensands wall report in the first place. I'm not raising anything that is not raised in that report and various other reports. It is the council and their consultants who have raised concerns about the condition of that wall, which I think are parts of it are some almost 200-year-old. If you read the engineering reports, and that's why I've referred to the sizing of concrete report, the seepage report. These are quite critical, and this particular report all point to the fact that those walls require extensive capital, real serious work. That is not within the proposal, as far as I understand it, of this flood prevention scheme. Now, that is a serious worry, and in various points in these reports, Council's own consultants refer to the fact that these walls will have to be addressed at some time within that 100-year period, and that will be a major piece of work. In fact, they actually state that unless this is done, there is a significant danger of the walls collapsing into the river and taking the bund, the council's new bund, with it. And I can't think of anything more preposterous or nonsensical to me than spending £25 million along a river, basically on top of a wall, which has all these problems that have been identified by the council's own consultants. I would want to fix that wall first before I started messing about on top of it.
The issue of the river walls is there regardless of the scheme or any other scheme, you would agree?
The issue is the river walls. You know, the issue is the river walls. Yes, of course it's there, regardless. Yeah, it's not going to go away. But if you're talking about a flood protection scheme for the Whitesands, you have to start with that wall. You can't leave it out. And leaving it out is to my mind, not responsible.
Bear with me, Mr. Dowson. Yep. We got talking about demountables earlier. Now, if you were to take from me, for the purpose of the question, that the designed function of the demountables is only to be deployed in the events which are more than 1 in 25, just let's assume that for the purpose of the question. So the rare extreme events, which you hope may never happen, you've put in a section here under operational and maintenance arrangements in which you make a series of criticisms of what is proposed. But am I not right in saying that you've misread the documents, because the warning time for a very major event of the kind intended to be dealt with by the demountables will almost certainly be in days rather than hours?
Well, no, I don't think I've misread that at all. It's an interesting one, and we need further discussion on it. But look, I can give you a 3-day warning from the BBC's weather site when you're going to get a lot of rain and you're maybe going to get a bit of flooding on the Whitesands. I think we're all fairly good at being able to predict that. So let's assume we get a 3-day warning and we're all thinking, right, the demountables might have to go up, and then again they might not have to go up. And going back to what we were talking about earlier with the rising wall, you know, what finally triggers the decision that the demountables need to be deployed? Now, that's not done when you get a 3-day warning. You may be expecting it. My understanding is that that decision ultimately would be taken, I think, by SEPA, who are monitoring what is happening to the river, and they will have their own kind of trigger where they might say to the council within that 3-day period, and it might be day 2.5, towards the end of that, it might be at the beginning, who can tell when it's going to be, it might be in the middle of the night, it might be raining, it might be very windy, all sorts of things. SEPA might eventually say, we're going to have to get these demountables up. And that's when a phone call will be made, I assume, to the council. And SEPA are quite clear in saying that's a 3 to 6 hour period. And it could be 3 hours. And my point in all of this is at the end of the day, you only have ultimately 3 hours if that's triggered in certain circumstances. So you don't have 3 days to... If you really believed that, the minute you got your 3-day warning, you'd put the demountable panels up on day 1, right immediately, and say, get them up now. I mean, you'd be putting them up a lot of times when they weren't needed. So I still say you've only got a 3 to 6 hour warning.
Well, if you read the materials, Mr. Dowson, I think you'll find that the anticipation is that the combination of hydrological events which are needed to create such a serious incident as would overtop the 1 in 25 will lead to several days warning being available. And I think you heard that SEPA are even now working on improving their warning systems. So there would be plenty of time, would there not, to put up demountables in that situation?
Well, I think we'll all have to wait and see on that one. I have my doubts. We heard earlier that the 60% failure of demountables is that they're not deployed in time. If you wait too long in a 3-day period, you may find that the river, catches up and takes it away from you. If you're right, and these demountables are only deployed in very, very rare events, and it's worth just thinking of that scenario for a minute, you know. If the demountables are only going to be deployed once every 20 years, perhaps, I don't know. You've got to maintain a highly trained bunch of guys, workmen, for 20 years, who are not going to be able to actually do that. I mean, the whole thing, the more and more you think about the demountables at that level and the number of times they might be deployed, not deployed, and how they'll be deployed, really needs to be looked at very, very seriously. There are trade union issues. There are health and safety issues. Again, under FOI, I asked for what meetings have there been. Right, okay.
I'm just going to intervene. I fear we've got a clear situation where there's an obvious disagreement. I sense that Mr. Dowson is sceptical of the Council's document. That's before us, and it will be open to both parties to tell us the conclusions they want us to draw in any closing submissions on demountables.
No, sir. Well, I'm obliged, I think, just to raise one point, and that is that on the next page, Mr. Dowson puts in a throwaway remark inferring that council employees capable of being called out to do these duties may well have had drink consumed. Now, that is a matter that the council take extremely seriously, and the inference that those on standby for emergency duties would be likely to be impaired is of considerable concern as an allegation. So I had intended to put it to him, but if you think I should move on, I'm happy to do that.
I'm sure Mr. Dowson isn't suggesting that council employees are under the influence.
Okay, sir, if you just give me a moment. There was one other matter, but I think it's probably easier if we simply allow it to be dealt with by a later witness, and then Mr. Dowson, because he's wearing two hats here, he's going to be here to cross-examine him anyway. So in that case, I have nothing further.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very, very clear that Save Our Sands does not want the Minister to confirm the order. But what I caught from you yesterday was that if that was the case, there would be opportunities for the whole situation to be rethought. But from elsewhere in your evidence, would there not actually be quite strict, for want of a better term, red lines restricting any alternative, in as much as that you wouldn't want something as high as the Bund, and you wouldn't want something that took over car parking? Have I got that right?
Yes, I think you have. I mean, I think the objections about the river views and car parking, it's always just been about that. The river views are important. They're absolutely critical to that space and history, everything. So we've got to protect those. That's a red line. The car parking is a red line, but that can be flexible. And there are other alternatives to the car parking that I personally, and I'm speaking personally because I've not fully discussed this, for instance, within the master plan vision document that we talked about, there was the suggestion of a concealed multi-storey car park. Now that's an option. That is an option. The critical thing, though, is keeping those 230 cars in or about and on the Whitesands. We do not accept the council's proposals for how they're going to deal with those, because we think they are very detrimental to the Whitesands area. But what I'm saying is that there could be some flexibility around the car parking, but I would want to see, personally, and I think our members would want to see the bulk of that car parking kept in that location, but there may be other opportunities for car parking in that area.
So in terms of the order before us, your primary position is that you would like the order to be not confirmed, rejected. You have a fallback position that the order should be amended, and we'll come on to that in due course. But if you were successful in persuading Scottish ministers, am I right in thinking that you don't actually have any particular alternative that you're advocating? There's a whole range of things that would come into the mix that you would look at. That might be upstream work, that might be a lesser standard of protection, it might be a raising more. Or have I misunderstood? And are you actually advocating as a fallback to the fallback a particular alternative?
Well, Save Our Sands are not designers of flood prevention schemes. You know, we haven't got an alternative scheme that I can come out and say that is precisely what we want. We're proposing the stopgap for obvious tactical reasons that we can't do that, that we only have one scheme before us. Our first position is, as you've said it, we want this scheme to be rejected. We want you to recommend to the Minister rejection of this scheme. But what we said yesterday and what I say today is that that's not the end of the matter. There has been a lot of, I'll say, good work done by councils and consultants and Scottish Water and others. There's a greater knowledge now of the Whitesands than there ever was before. And we as a group, and I think members of the community, would be happy to sit down with our council and consultants and agencies in a meaningful, community-engaged way to discuss what options of what the future might bring. And although we're talking about rejecting this scheme now, and we've said this a number of times, we would rather it was rejected now, but perhaps in a year's time, 18 months' time, based on all this good work that's there, we could evolve amongst ourselves in partnership an alternative design.
So that all sorts of things are in a mix, but you're not actually saying it has to be a 1 in 75 year raising wall, or an upstream solution, or a 1 in 10 year wall. You're saying that it be rejected, and then all these other things are in the mix and should be looked at. Is that right?
You know, I'm trying to speak on behalf of a wider group of people.
Sure, that's fine. A yes is a good answer. Now, what is your concern about the involvement of SEPA and Scottish Water?
It's partly to do with the communication that's been coming from the council. We have raised on a number of occasions the issues about SEPA, Scottish Water and Historic Scotland in particular. And it's partly to do with the language that's been used by the council, who have said basically, well, we've been meeting with them in a meaningful way, and effectively they either approve of or are content with the way we are doing things, etc., etc. Now, this comes back to the whole community engagement. We should have been able to been involved in that and be satisfied with that partnership. I don't think that partnership is as healthy as the council are making out.
But in terms of the formal responses from SEPA and Scottish Water, which is before us, do you take any issue with those formal responses?
Well, yes, and one of the major issues we make is that they themselves have only been consulted effectively about one scheme. We go back to the fact that there has not been a robust and fair option appraisal of, we can think of, well, the rising wall is one thing, but there are other things, as building off the green sands wall. There's a whole range of things. Right?
So you're not actually disputing the consultation response per se. Your argument to me is that it would be so much better if there had been a whole range of options, of which you could have perhaps, for example, had a SEPA ranking of preference, and the same for Scottish Water. And so you're not actually saying SEPA have got it wrong, or Scottish Water are wrong to say what they have, or does it go further than that?
Well, it does go a little bit further. I mean, for instance, and I'm going to give you the particular instance of Historic and Environmental Scotland. Now, as far as I'm aware, they've only really been given the one option, which involves quite an intrusive work, I think, on the Devergilla Bridge. Now, I mean, I've already raised, and I have, after yesterday, sent new information to Historic Scotland, saying that our amendment or modification may comply much better with their policies than the council one currently does. Because if we can develop an amendment that doesn't touch the Devergilla Bridge and stands back from it and doesn't interfere with the setting of it, then surely Historic and Environment Scotland would prefer that option. So that may also be the case, can I say, with Scottish Water and SEPA.
Okay, thank you. That's useful. I'm understanding your position better as we talk. You also expressed concerns about the use of models in helping us make choices. But I'll ask the same question that I put to Mr. Moore. If you don't use models, what is a better alternative?
I'm quite happy to use models as guidance, but they're guidance only. And I do get worried when models that are then used as like proof of something is going to happen. I mean, this will come out in various things, and certainly under the cost-benefit analysis, where there are models. The phrase that's used so often is industry standard models or industry standard specifications, and nobody really knows what they are. So I'm not against models being used as guidance. But if someone tells me we've got a model that says if we clear the 6th arch on the Devergilla Bridge, the water will come down in Nunham, I'm sorry, that is not proof to me. That's a model, it's a theory.
But what is it that you are so distrustful of models?
Well, I think I'm going to learn a bit from Mr. Moyer here. They tend to not have a bearing with reality. Absolutely. Some of the models being used here, and I'll particularly reference the cost-benefit analysis model, just bear no relation to reality whatsoever. Now, that's reality about that particular calculation, which already there's been a massive error in. But I think some of the models on the hydrology, that's it, they're models,
Right, thank you. In your recognition, you've at several points referred to your concern about the lack of detail in the order. Can I actually take you to the order that is before us, just so I can understand what it is that you are concerned about. Do you have a copy there? I'll give you mine. So this is the actual thing that the Minister is saying. As you can see that you've got some general, on page 2 you've got the general introduction, general stuff, and then a list of the drawings, etc. And then from page 4 onwards, based on a geographical distribution from Greensands, you have, for the first one I'm looking at, Green 1, construction of 52 metres of flood defence wall, blah, 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 blah. And each one of those, right way through to page 7, well, page 8, sets out the work in the order. And those notes are then cross-referenced to the plans. So when you looked at the plans there, you can actually see, and they point to so if you think that is not detailed enough, what would you expect to have seen in an order?
Maybe if we're getting confused over the word detail, maybe I have a different interpretation of that.
I want to understand. I need to understand what you mean by that.
Right. When we've said there's been a lack of detail, I'm looking for detail of just how things work. For instance, the demountable panels. We really don't know how they work, what they're really made of, how they're clamped, where is the detail, how do they fit on top of a glass balustrade, which people are leaning on during the day and using. That detail, for instance, that kind of detail is missing. Now, you might tell me it's in here, but I've certainly not found it.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't ever tell you what to think. But I'm keen to understand. So, what you think should be in the order should be a lot more detailed than just those phrases there. So, for example, you have criticisms about the work to the sewers. You could go through to those wee comments and it will say a pumping station here and a reservoir, underground tank there. So you would say, well, just saying that isn't enough. What would be enough for you?
Well, it's not just for me, right? I mean, it's for the public of Dumfries. I mean, this is all very well, right? How many of the public of Dumfries, how many people of the 322 people who objected, and all the thousands who signed the petition, have gone through every little detail here about a sewer here or a pumping station there or whatever? And even when you get down to it, and you do get down to the detail tends to be textual. It tends to say there'll be a pumping station here. It doesn't necessarily tell us, well, what size of pumping station, how's it generated, how's it worked, what's it actually doing, what's it dealing with, where's it pumping to, we do get text, there's textual details that tells me there's going to be all sorts of things. But I speak to a lot of people in Dumfries who are very interested in these technical things. And they're telling me that they can't find that. They feel that the detail is not enough.
And so, okay, that's very useful. Now I understand. What is it about the lack of detail which would you tell the Scottish ministers is harmful? Well, why is that? Why is that? For example, on the pumping station and the underground tank, if Scottish Water, who are going to operate it, are happy, why is there an issue with the detail?
Well, there's an issue because the Act's there. The Act's there is it's advertised for 28 days to allow the public to object. And the public can only object if they can find the detail. You know, if we all we get are sketches, outline proposals without the detail, it's very difficult for us to object. I made this point about the whole drainage systems. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not a drainage expert, but I've shown some of the drawings to people who know about drainage, and they say, well, that's just a sketch scheme. It doesn't tell us enough to even be able to put an objection in, because the detail is missing. So I'm not surprised Scottish Water haven't got any objections, because how can a member of the public object to what's been presented to us? And keep in mind, you know, that this is after, 7 or 8 years of design work and meetings and whatever. And I do say that if only the council at the very earliest stage had operated a proper community engagement thing of actually taking people with them around the table where we could have this kind of conversation, then maybe all of this could have been avoided.
But in terms of my understanding of your objection isn't one of detail. Your objection is one of principle, is it not? I mean, there's no amount of detail on the pumping station that would remove your objection to the principle of the bud. Is that?
No, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dowson. That's very interesting. Right, that gets us. I think that's an appropriate moment to. Don't run away with my order. I think that's an appropriate moment for us to break for lunch. So if we can come back at 10 to 2, and I take it that we'll be hearing from Mr. MacLeod. No? Yes. Yeah.
Yes, is the official answer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Start. Can we just have a programming discussion? We're in the happy situation that we are ahead of time. Mr. Connell, how long do you think your evidence in chief would take for Mr. MacLeod?
Between the reading of the precognition and possibly 2 or 3 supplementary questions arising from matters from this morning, possibly 20 minutes, something in that order.
And Mr. Dowson, how long do you think your cross-examination would take? And I know you approached me informally beforehand. Are you comfortable commencing cross-examination of Mr. MacLeod?
Yes, yeah, I'm happy with commencing it. Because we're a bit ahead of time, I haven't fully prepared it. We may be able to complete it today. And I'm happy to work with you all to try and achieve that if possible. I'm just a little bit uncertain, but I think the best thing would be to proceed, and maybe at the end.
Well, there's an unwritten rule. Well, no, it's not. It's actually a very sensible rule that once you start cross-examining a witness, you need to finish it before we close the session. So we don't want to leave witnesses hanging about, half examined. But looking at the times that you've both given me, then we should be able to finish that comfortably within the afternoon, touch wood. Just looking a little bit further ahead, Mr. Connell, any thoughts about the order of your witnesses and what we could hope to achieve tomorrow and into early next week?
I'm checking as I go in terms of availability of witnesses. It should be possible to move to the evidence of Paul Swift, followed by Tim Jolly. Now they can follow on as required today if we do well, tomorrow if need be. It's a little difficult to anticipate overall duration for them, because they are dealing with hydrological matters which may or may not be controversial, remains to be seen. And then we have Mr. Sharp and Mr. Callender, who can also follow on from them. Again, I'll take a breath as soon as we perhaps get through this witness and think how long they're likely to be, but they both deal with more discrete issues, not necessarily less important, but they're not covering the whole range of topics. So that would be the immediate order. After that, we have Dr. Chatterton. I'll need to check just whether that might or might not be feasible tomorrow if we needed to do it tomorrow. And then the reason I bunched that group together is they're all a group which are under the heading of technical, and therefore we're always anticipated to be in sequence. I haven't yet got final confirmation on availability for visual and heritage and related witnesses, but the aim obviously will be to try as far as possible to run from one to the other.
I think a sensible plan of action is let us complete Mr. MacLeod, and we'll do that today, and then we'll start afresh tomorrow, and we'll see how many witnesses we complete. We've still got 2 days next week for technical sessions, so that gives us a very comfortable degree of safety, I think.
What I will aim to do, subject to how that pans out, is to look at the next session of witnesses to see if it's thought appropriate we can slide them forward into time originally allocated for technical.
I appreciate that witnesses, and certainly yours for visual and heritage impact, have made travel arrangements and the like. I just hate having dead time in inquiries. If we're ahead, then I'd like to keep ahead if we can. But anyway, we've got a plan for this afternoon, so that's great. Right, Mr. Connell, would you like to introduce your witness, please?
Thank you, sir. My witness is Mr. James MacLeod. I won't bother getting you to read out your full name, and your role is dealt with in paragraph 1.2 of your summary recognition, and I suggest we just take that as read. I wonder if I might just interject a quick supplementary question. How much time in your life has been taken up with this scheme, Mr. MacLeod?
Thank you. I have been involved since 2010 when I took on the role of team leader in flood risk management. So in terms of the design up until end of 2016 before we published the order, so 6 years and subsequent.
Thank you. Well, I think at that point I might get you to move to read your summary recognition, which it starts with a general section on experience of flooding in Dumfries.
Thank you. I probably should have said that, which is taken out of the summary, that I have around 24 years experience as a chartered civil engineer, or 24 years experience, 20 of those as a chartered civil engineer, working in local authority. My experience of flooding in Dumfries has been as part of a response team. Flooding in Dumfries causes significant disruption on a regular basis. Even less severe events disrupt parking and road access. Flooding of the roads causes disruption to the local road network with closure of Whitesands and adjacent road. This in turn impacts upon bus services that use the Whitesands bus station. Whitesands is a major road in Dumfries, and closure here impacts on Whitesands and on the surrounding road network. During larger flood events, many adjacent roads are affected, including Irish Street and Shakespeare Street, reducing access for service vehicles to high street shops. Flooding to property occurs along the length of the area from Greensands to the Dock Park. Properties along the stretch flood even at the less severe flood events. During the more severe flood events, flooding also impacts upon access to properties on the west side of the river at Welldale and can cause flooding to the properties at Kenmure Terrace and Welldale. In the Whitesands area, larger flood events close the riverside, the west car park, then the road, and then the shop side, the east car park, and impact upon properties at the foot of the Vennel.
Thank you. You are going to deal with rising barriers later in your summary recognition, but if you just now carry on with the section on option appraisal.
In 2011, Michelle, who are now WSP, but Michelle at the time, were engaged to develop a flood protection scheme that built upon previous work undertaken by Jacobs that had concluded in 2007. By 2011, important improvements to hydraulic modelling allowed Michelle to update the model. The acquisition of LiDAR data, that's a high-quality digital terrain mapping, along with improvements in software, allowed a more accurate hydraulic model to be developed than had previously been possible. Michelle revisited a number of the options assessed by Jacobs and under consideration by the Council. This led to the determination that while storing water upstream could reduce water levels in Dumfries for return periods up to the 1 in 75-year level, it did not make a significant difference to the height of the defences, reducing them by a few hundred millimetres, but not negating the requirement for them. It also showed that during large flood events, the storage areas would be overtopped and water would return into the nit, increasing the peak flows. The removal of the gravel islands downstream of the Col was shown only to reduce peak levels in a 1 in 200-year flood event by about 5 millimetres. The concept of storing flood water on the floodplain behind defences relies on the integrity of embankments. Investigations confirmed that these were of low-quality construction with no impermeable core. Pursuing the option of formalising upstream storage would have required the replacement of thousands of metres of embankment to a standard that met the requirements of the Reservoirs Act 1975. It would also require engagement with multiple landowners, which would have delayed works and involved compensation payments to the landowners involved. Given that, on any view, upstream storage did not avoid the need for flood defences in Dumfries, that the reduction in water levels achieved was modest at best, and that there was no benefit at the 1 in 100-year return period flood event, the recommendation to Council was that the option of upstream storage as well as town centre defences should not be progressed. That recommendation, amongst others, based on the conclusion from Michelle's modelling, was presented to the members at the Planning, Housing and Environment Service Committee on the 13th of December 2011. The decisions taken by the Council at that meeting set the direction for the project. It was clear from this stage that the Council wanted a balance to be struck between the standard of flood protection and the visual impact of defences. Further, the Council considered and considers the area around the Whitesands as one requiring regeneration, in part because of the adverse impact of repeated flooding. The Council was clear from this stage that the design of the defences had to be consistent with and facilitate the objectives of addressing flooding as part of wider regeneration ambitions for the Whitesands and Town Centre. Following the decision taken by committee on the 13th of December 2011, the scheme focus during the first half of 2012 was to develop stakeholder input into the design development. This culminated in the charrette held in September of that year. At the charrette, a number of options were considered, and the discussion was not restricted to the Council's approach following the 13th of December 2011 committee. In relation to the option of providing defences in the town, the primary issue under consideration was whether a lower level of protection with lesser visual impact was preferable to a higher level of protection with greater visual impact. The feedback was to support the need to strike a balance, and the recommendation that emerged from the charrette was that the best balance was struck at the defence level at a 1 in 25-year standard of protection. Ultimately, the outcome of the charrette was the production of a master plan for the Whitesands area. If we turn to level of protection, it was clear that protection to a 1 in 200-year return period standard of protection was not favoured due to the height that would entail and the visual impact of such defences. Further modelling was undertaken to demonstrate there was a potential to increase the level of protection from 1 in 25 to 1 in 75-year return period. The reason for this was twofold. The design levels were not significantly different, 300 to 400 millimetres, because of the more accurate modelling achieved through refinements of the design included within the hydraulic model. The opportunity to increase the standard of protection from 1 in 25 to a 1 in 75-year return period was considered beneficial because it would increase business confidence and may open up better opportunities for flood insurance, as the 1 in 75-year return period is seen as an acceptable standard. Development of the design option. At the community meeting of the Nithsdale Area Committee on the 10th of December 2014, I gave a presentation on the scheme and sought feedback. Following this committee meeting, there was a request from members to undertake further public consultation, so a further event was arranged for early January 2015. That event involved the construction of a 5-metre long, full-scale model of the embankment. Feedback from that event was not positive, and having the benefit of the full-scale model also led me and the rest of the design team to conclude that the embankment at 3 metres high was too high. Over the following months, the Whitesands project team undertook a significant amount of work to develop a scheme to address the concerns regarding the height. Ultimately, the embankment option was developed to propose a raised walkway no greater than 1.4 metres high. The design evolved to allow the additional defence height necessary to achieve the 1 in 75-year return period standard of protection to be provided by a combination of glass panel and demountable aluminium panel for the final 0.4 metres. With respect to glass panels, these were proposed for their simplicity of design and ease of maintenance, and to maximise the views, minimise the visual impacts of the defences. The demountable barrier sections are only required for the larger flood events, where warning times can be measured in days rather than hours. They are located on the top of the walkway, so 1.4 metre above the car park level and well above the initial flooding level. These will be installed well in advance of any flooding reaching the top of the embankment and will be erected from the dry side. There will be no panels being erected by staff standing in floodwater. With respect to self-rising barriers, in 2013-14, while the flood protection scheme was being progressed, the Council was asked to consider the options of self-rising barriers. The Council was willing to consider further information on self-rising barriers, and in early 2014 a visit was undertaken by the Council and design team to see a scheme in Cockermouth. The Cockermouth scheme was difficult to translate to the flood defence requirements at Whitesands. The self-rising barriers in Cockermouth scheme are only 130 metres long and approximately 900 millimetres high, and were part of a wider flood defence scheme. At Whitesands, the length over which defence are required is more than 1,100 metres long and up to 2.5 metres high. Not only this, but at such sections at Cockermouth where the self-rising flood barriers have been installed is relatively straight. That is not the case over the length of the Nith to be protected by this scheme. Further, the presence of a number of bridges and need for accesses to the riverside path adds to the complications of installing this type of system in the circumstances faced along the Nith at Whitesands. There is no example of self-rising barriers being used in comparable circumstances either then or now. In terms of consideration of the raised walkway, the charrette-led design and the self-rising barriers, the raised walkway design provides a tried and tested option, which also allows the creation of high-quality public open space. The raised walkway does not depend on working parts to the same extent, although there are floodgates, or the same level of ongoing maintenance testing, and is less vulnerable to the potential for failure without warning. In comparison, the self-rising barriers were untested in the circumstances faced in Dumfries. It relies on water getting into a chamber from the river as levels rise on these floating barriers, and on these floating barriers contained within to remain buoyant for the 100-year design life. These are not off-the-shelf items, and replacement would be difficult if a supplier no longer remained in business. Again, unlike the raised walkway option, the barriers would require to be tested on a regular basis. In the Cockermouth flood protection scheme, the Environment Agency have considered a water main connection in case river water inlets are blocked, but a lack of water in a chamber may not be the only issue. A jamming of one of the barriers as it rises would leave significant vulnerability. Further, through the design of larger foundations, the raised walkway scheme offers a potential to increase the height, should that be considered necessary or appropriate in the future, without the need for a complete rebuild. In terms of operation and maintenance, the design of the scheme has been undertaken as far as possible to ensure safe and efficient operation and maintenance. The design has always been progressed on the basis that manual intervention is kept to a minimum. The use of reinforced concrete to form the majority of the defences, and the use of earth embankments, albeit with a concrete wall contained within, These are tried and tested engineering technology. Glass panels for flood walls have less history of usage, but the concept is simple. It's easy to inspect, and replacement of damaged panels will not require bespoke design. Floodgates are again standard technology with limited complexity. In terms of safety and security, in the past my project manager and I have met with Police Scotland, and they have limited concerns over the project, but acknowledge the need for good lighting, CCTV, and avoiding areas without an exit. The improved design, e.g. a raised walkway section of the defences, is 1.4 metres high, and with glass panels above providing a parapet handrail for those who may be concerned about negotiating a 3-metre wide path adjacent to a sloping surface. A slope of 1 and 3 is easily accessible by the majority of people, but there are stepped accesses and access ramps at 1 and 20 or less to ensure accessibility by all. In conclusion, the proposed flood protection scheme has been progressed and developed over a number of years to meet the Council objective to alleviate flooding in Dumfries. In that process, a number of options have been considered and addressed. In my opinion, the current scheme offers the optimum solution to mitigate flooding and will do so in a manner which is consistent with the Council objectives to regenerate the area of Whitesands and Dumfries town centre. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. MacLeod. If I may, sir, I just have 2 or 3 supplementary questions. Can I just ask you a general question, first of all, Mr. MacLeod? Perhaps by the nature of the exercise we're doing here, we've heard a lot of very negative things about what this project, if completed, would do to Dumfries. Do you agree with the negative image being portrayed?
No, I mean, I don't agree with the negative image that's being portrayed. I think the scheme, the section of the changes proposed to the Whitesands area will bring a different dynamic to the whole area. There are concerns about parking, and parking is concerns that we've addressed through the scheme design. And no, I think it retains the area as a public space, an area where there's still riverside views from the riverside path, different river views from the top of the raised walkway, and it will bring a different dynamic to the area completely for Dumfries, and a positive dynamic for an area in Dumfries. In providing flood protection, it then encourages those who have businesses and properties and vacant properties in the area to have more confidence in investment and encourage vacant businesses to be taken up.
I just have 1 or 2 more, a slightly random collection because of things that have come up this morning. Be my fault, but there seemed to be an issue that was being raised about the possibility of increasing the height of the defences if that was thought desirable in the future due to climate change forecasts or whatever. As someone who's been involved in the design, can that be done in accordance with what you're designing to do?
So, as we heard from SEPA earlier this week, climate change and the consideration of climate change, I think it was Alistair Cargill who'd said that it was important to consider climate change, but they weren't looking for a design that took into account potential climate change for the next 100 years, partly because realistically it will be hard to fully predict. So within the design of the scheme, the way the Council has looked at the foundation design moving forward, if we take, for example, the raised walkway, which has a concrete wall contained within the structure on which the glass panel is affixed, and then the demountables will sit on top of that. The design is obviously designed such that the weight of water against the glass panel, the loading of the water must be resisted. I'll not get too technical, but it must resist that overturning moment. So the foundations are designed for shall we say, 1.5 meters, 1.1, 1.2 of glass, and about 400 of demountables. So the foundations would be designed to resist that overturning moment of that weight of water. But in addition, the foundations would be designed to take a further height that could be added in the future. So that if there was a demand, and what we've got to remember is that the scheme has always been a balance between flood protection and height of defences. So at the moment, you're trying to eke out as much level of protection without impinging too greatly on the visual impact. But in 20 years' time, 30 years' time, there may be a different view on that. There may be it's got to the top, it's got near the top too often, and actually we're more concerned about it coming over the top, and we would prefer to see, and I say we, the community, the council, everybody involved, would prefer to see more confidence in permanent protection levels. And if that would be the case, there would be the option then to look to extend the height of the permanent defences, and that may be through increased height, replacing the glass panel with a larger glass panel, redesigning the demountable sections to be larger demountable sections, taking a section of glass panel down and building up a small section of wall and then replacing the glass panels on top. The options are, some way down the line in terms of what you would do in 20 years' time where technology then sits. But that option is built in. So what we are complying with in terms of Scottish Government requirements, in terms of CEPA's sort of guidance in that respect is, should there be a need to raise the defences, we wouldn't have to go down back into the ground and re-engineer the foundations to that level. So it's considered, but it's not spent up. It's not building out defences to the 1 in 75, the 1 in 100, the 1 in 200. Because remember, 1 in 75 is the 1 in 75 based on current situation. These levels change as we get more examples of flood events, the frequency of flood events.
Can I ask you now a slightly different question? In your summary precognition, and indeed obviously in your main precognition, you say you're a member of what you described as the response team. Perhaps if I can be permitted to ask you just to give us a couple of sentences about what that is, and then I'll ask my question relating to it.
Certainly. So in 2010, when I was appointed as team leader of flood risk management, I was involved actually at a reasonably operational level and was instrumental in the council procuring a flood pod which contains flood protection equipment to assist, and we have been on the Whitesands on a number of occasions with property level protection equipment contained within the flood pod. So I've experienced the flooding down there. In more recent years, I'm a functional team manager within the council's emergency planning team, within their operations team, and part of that responsibility is dealing with emergencies the councils face and are required to respond to under the Civil Contingencies Act. And that is often weather-related events, so Storm Frank, Storm Desmond, the Beast from the East, snow, rain, and other things as well, but these ones are probably the ones I get most directly involved in. So that would be involving directing staff within my function and within other functions to be part of the council's response. So I'd generally be based in Dumfries for that.
Thank you very much. The point I wanted to ask you about was a point that arose this morning about the warning times that would be available to allow the erection of the demountable panels, and whether that was real or imaginary or wasn't going to happen or something of that kind. Can you assist us with your understanding of the time that would be available and how you would deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, I can give an example of the events of December 2015, where between Christmas and New Year, we were having discussions with my staff within the flood risk management team. My flood risk management team leader was having discussions with CEPA 3 days before the Storm Frank had the impacts it did on the region. And of course what we're needing, and this can be discussed further by colleagues who will come later with testimony, but who can explain more in terms of rainfall and impacts on river systems. But simply put, there needs to be a number of factors in place for a major flood event in Dumfries. And that would be that clearly there needs to be a significant amount of water in the river, but there also needs to be conditions that then add more water to that, and add more water to that very quickly. So a saturated catchment is an important factor in that. So how long it's been raining for up until that point is important in determining how saturated the catchment is, and how much rain is predicted to fall in the catchment at a given time, how long a storm's likely to sit over the catchment. Now these are all matters that CEPA and the Met Office discuss every day through a service called the Scottish Flood Forecasting Service. And the Scottish Flood Forecasting Service puts out a 5-day warning to all local authorities and various other partner agencies. And within that 5-day warning, you get a colour coding on a map of Scotland showing the likelihood of future events. If there's concerns raised in that, then my team would be in touch with the staff at the Scottish Flood Forecasting Service, the Duty Flood Advisor, to discuss whether that would be an issue. So I acknowledge that we know it's going to rain in 3 days by looking at the Met Office, by looking at a weather forecast, by watching the news. But there's a difference between it's going to rain in 3 days and it's going to rain in a significant manner. We have a saturated catchment and a river full situation that is going to lead to extensive flooding. So in terms of warnings to events which would require the installation of the lengths of demountable barriers that are proposed in the scheme, we are talking days of warning. This is not something that is going to appear in 12 hours. It's not something that's going to appear in 2 hours. And I think this is quite important in terms of the understanding of risk associated with demountables. We're not building demountables at ground level. We're not building them when we acknowledge that some small events can be triggered by a high tide and just spill slightly into the car park, and that's all it'll do. So the advantage of that situation in terms of our erection of the demountables is that by having a warning time where we're concerned that we are going to get an event that's going to reach that level, is that it allows us to erect principally the demountables during daylight hours, rather than this concept that we would be erecting them at night when the rain's pouring and the winds are blowing. I'm not saying the rain doesn't pour and the wind doesn't blow in the daytime, but at least you've got daylight. As a slight addition to that risk side of things, obviously as part of the scheme there will be a lighting strategy for the Whitesands. We've recently replaced the street lighting in Dumfries with what's called smart city street lighting, which allows an element of control over the lighting. And one of the areas we would look at doing when we undertake the works in Dumfries, which will obviously need to involve removal of lighting columns as part of the scheme and replacement, we would look to put in lighting columns that allowed the ability to increase lighting levels through an operator control method that would assist if we did need to erect at night time to increase lighting levels to improve safety.
Thank you very much. I just have one final question. It's a point that appeared perhaps as a secondary issue this morning in the discussion about the rising barrier option, and concerned is there a need to deal with sewerage and water assets that lie in that area if you're going to put in something like that option? I wonder if you could comment on that.
Any flood protection scheme for the Whitesands has to deal with the sewer network behind, whether it's a rising barrier, a wall, embankment, glass panels, whatever. If we remove the flooding that exists, that's caused fluvial flooding, river flooding, then we unmask the potential flooding of lack of capacity during a major flood event within the sewer network to discharge to the river because river levels are high. So any scheme, a rising barrier as well, would require the same level of sewer infrastructure works behind pumping stations and such like, and obviously the costs and time involved would need to be factored into any construction time for any barrier system being built.
Thank you very much, Mr. MacLeod. These are my supplementary questions, sir, madam, so I'm happy to hand over.
Mr. Dawson, any questions?
Yes. Okay. You'll have to bear with me a little bit because I'm a little bit ill prepared. So, but if you will, but right, Mr. MacLeod, you've given us your qualifications in engineering. That's good. But I noticed under paragraph 1.9, you mentioned that at the very bottom of that page, that integral to the project was economic development, public realm improvements that were critical to the design concepts, and you played the lead in that role. Is that right? Sorry.
That was a role that was shared between the engineering function and the economic development function.
So that wasn't a lead role then that you actually played? You say here you were the client lead and supporting colleagues in the end there. So you didn't play the lead in that particular role? No. Oh. Do you know who did? Could you tell us who did?
Yeah, the client role in terms of economic development was Jason Sayers under Ewan Green, the head of economic development, which sits under Alistair Speedy in Economy, Environment and Infrastructure Department.
Under paragraph 110, you say you're the lead officer in taking papers to committee on the project. And as you say there's been quite a few over the years. Does that mean that you had ultimate editorial control over what was in those papers?
I would like to think so, but no. I would not have final editorial control. This would be passed through my head of service and then my director.
So that would be Mr. Speedy would have final control, would that be correct?
I mean, I'm going to ask where this question is going. I mean, if we want to talk about how council procedures work, then we can talk about how council procedures work. But from my understanding of this inquiry, that's not where we're heading. But just to answer your question in a vague term, how papers are put forward to committee is a discussion between the administration and the department putting forward the papers.
You mentioned, I think in paragraph 111, your responsibility was to drive forward the Whitesands scheme. You've been to committee 13 times. You mentioned in there Georgetown Community Council, I believe, but I didn't see a notice of anything to do with the Lorburn Community Council, which really would be the community council for the Whitesands area. Could you comment on that?
No more comment other than I haven't commented in this that I've spoken to Lorburn Community Council on this.
So, can I take it in that 5 or 6 years, either you nor your officers attended a Lorburn Community Council meeting?
I couldn't comment on behalf of all council officers on whether they attended the Lorburn Community Council meeting because people involved in this project don't all work for me. For example, economic development colleagues. Lorburn Community Council were part of the charrette process, though, I would add.
And you mentioned also the Town Centre Forum. Could you just tell me a little bit of what that group is?
I was asked to give a presentation at the Town Centre Forum around, I would need to check back on records, but I think it would be around 2014, and a number of officers from Town Centre Forum came along, and there was a presentation held in the municipal chambers, if memory serves me right. That's my recollection of it. I would need to go back through further details, look back on presentations as to who was there, but
trying to find out what the Town Centre Forum actually was or who they were, because
honestly, from memory, I can't remember who else was at that meeting. If it's something I can find out and bring back at a later time, I will.
I think Mr. Dowson was angling, what is the role and function of the Town Centre Forum? Was that right? Do you happen to know what the role and function of the Town Centre Forum was?
I was asked to give a presentation to the Town Centre Forum.
No, I'm sympathetic to Mr. MacLeod here because I haven't got a clue what the role is either. I never have done. It's interesting. Yeah, we are in agreement on that one, yes. Now, you then listed in that paragraph 6 public consultation events. That was between, well, if we take the first one you mentioned is the charrette at 2012, moving through to 2016. That's basically was the main events. I don't know if there was other events, but that was about it, wasn't it? Six events in.
Yeah, I think that's the list I have. Yep, 6 events, of which the last one was an exhibition of the proposals being presented.
I've no problem with these questions being asked at all. I just remind Mr. Dowson that there is a community engagement section later on in which you can be free to reiterate these questions.
I'm aware, but I was very anxious to get Mr. MacLeod's view on these. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm moving forward to really paragraph 3.2 on page 5. And I wanted to just, it's really about road disruption. I mean, we did have a brief discussion with the police, and what I'm trying to ask in this question is how much, even with the barrier in place, even if your scheme is finally built, to what extent will there still be road disruption or car parks closures, or what will trigger road closures in the future? What set of circumstances might there be? I certainly had a discussion with the police about that, but I would be interested in your views on that.
Sorry, just a point of clarity. What road? So the scheme is built. The scheme as we promoted is built. The only time that I consider that road closures would become a concern would be if we had events that led to water at a level that was up to. I mean, I would acknowledge this is still up for discussion, but it's an event that's going to get to the point where we need to install the demountable barriers, and at that point, I think that's a reasonable point where you would say that's a position where there may be overtopping issues, and therefore, why would you keep the road open? That's not to say that it wouldn't be kept open, but in a precautionary approach, then that would be that. So a 1 in 75-year event with a freeboard element within that defence level. But beyond that, there's no other reason why anywhere behind the defences would be closed.
I'm conscious in our discussions with it, there's also the issue of evacuation, which in that particular word is used. That I suppose at a similar time you would have to consider evacuation, and we had a long discussion with the police about that. I'm just trying to get a feel for what would trigger that kind of serious evacuation, road closures, etc. The problem for the public, I think, is that the psychology of knowing that it's all dry behind the barriers, that there's no water. The Dumfries public are so used to the flood coming in and seeing the water and knowing they have to clear. But in a situation where your barrier is working effectively, in fact, everything's going to be nice and dry, and people are going to have to think about evacuation in a different mindset. So I'm just trying to get a feel for what triggers that. I suppose I'm picking up that really road closures and disruption would not happen as frequently, presumably, as it does now. I suppose that's my question, really.
Yes.
Three 3.3, you accept that flooding is relatively short term. I mean, we've said that it tends to flood for 2 days a year on average, or 48 hours. It might come in once and go out again, or would that be a reasonable assessment of?
I think the flooding experience which impacts upon properties 2 or 3 days is not an unreasonable amount to say. Whether that happens just once a year is open to debate, and there's clearly evidence of flood events happening more frequently that cause damage more than once in a 12-month period.
But I'm just establishing they tend to be fairly short term. The water comes in, goes out again, etc. Okay, thank you. You mentioned, I just want to clarify, in paragraph 3.3, you said that vacant properties create more severe problems. I just wondered if you could...
Yeah, so one of the issues that we have on some properties on the Whitesands is because they're vacant, there's nobody there to install any form of sort of property level protection or to take an interest in the property. So if flood waters get in through the vacant property, then what you'll find is that the adjacent properties suffer through flooding coming through the walls of the adjacent property. So we see that in a couple of the sections. Trying to think, next to the World's End, there's there was an old taxi office or some office that, so that you can protect the World's End, but then the water comes through the adjacent properties. So these are all issues. Nobody takes the responsibility for them, and I think it was one of the other shops had the same issue. They'd done all this protection, and then it started seeping through an adjacent wall. And it's not just here; it is in other locations.
Let me just move forward now. I think in paragraph 4.1 there is reference to the Jacobs report and previously Babty. I mean, do you accept that these two previous reports, I mean, I picked up that the recommendation was that flooding would be a kind of two-pronged approach with some upstream management combined with defences on the Whitesands?
Yeah, I think at the time of the Babty report, Jacobs being more recent than Babty, same companies but more recent, there was a view that upstream storage on catchments was a way of dealing with flooding, and it has been used in other locations. And so, from our point of view, at the council, we took forward a Jacobs approach, which was upstream storage and localised defences within Dumfries as part of the solution. But at the point that has been made, the point that was made to the committee in 2011 was very much that although upstream storage has an impact on terms of flood levels, and that's been referenced in previous recognition this morning, that you can see a reduction in levels. And I personally have experienced that, speaking to SEPA on the phone as they tell me the levels are going to be continuing to rise, and I am watching them with one of my colleagues and watching them drop during a flood event. And it was only afterwards that we found out that there had been a failure of an embankment and water had rushed in there, which had reduced the level. So we acknowledged there's never any denial that upstream storage on the floodplain reduces the levels in Dumfries. The point being that it doesn't negate the requirement for defences in Dumfries. And when you look at how much of an effect it has on the levels in Dumfries, and then how much it would cost to do the works upstream in Dumfries that would guarantee to provide in that level of storage, it then becomes not a viable option to do as part of a flood protection scheme. What's interesting, though, and what's really important to note, and I think the reporter brought this up as well with one of the previous witnesses this morning, was would the works in Dumfries preclude any future natural flood management, as it's quite often referred to, options upstream of Dumfries going forward? And clearly it doesn't at all. So if there is a change in approach in terms of how land is managed within the Nith catchment, to move towards different types of forestry planting, for example, which retains more flows in the upper catchment, to reduce or remove flood embankments on agricultural land or move them back from the river is an option that's being considered up north of Kirkconnell, where the floodplain north of Kirkconnell, between Kirkconnell and Newcomnock, as you'll be aware, as you drive the 76 and look down on this, actually an unusual wide floodplain high in the catchment. In that location there, where SEPA have been working with the landowner to remove flood embankments and move them back from the river to avoid the scour and loss, so it provides more space for the river during high flows and avoids damage to the embankments and maintains more agricultural land for a longer period of time. These things will happen over time. These things will happen in land use changes. I mean, I dare not mention the word Brexit, but I'm going to be the first person to mention Brexit in this inquiry and just make the observation that with changes in how funding comes to farming, there will be changes in how land is used going forward. So the council would support these kind of things. SEPA are supporting natural flood management. I looked at it on the NIF. But the reality of this situation is that there isn't enough an advantage gained by formalising upstream storage that would negate the requirement for defence in Dumfries, but the cost would be immense. If we go back to landowners and say, now we're going to formally flood your land, not let it happen naturally, but formally flood it, the experience is they will expect compensation for that, and rightly so. So why would we add that into a cost when actually all it does is reduce soil loss by a few hundred millimetres? And as the modelling is proven, and as my witnesses who come after me will say, that higher flood events, if we utilise the existing situation upstream, you have the potential for additional peak in Dumfries if you formalise the storage upstream during the highest of the flood events. So I think the other thing about storage upstream, which is used in other examples in other situations, they often make use of natural land contours to create the storage areas, and we lack that upstream of Dumfries. You've got big, wide floodplains. So if you look at things like the White Cart scheme, which protects a river, provides protection on a river through Glasgow, they've used natural ground features on smaller tributaries to the White Cart to store water upstream. So yes, they built dams across the river, but they principally used land around to provide this sort of natural bowl. And we've done this in the Port Patrick flood protection scheme as well, to use upstream storage to reduce the defences in the village.
It's very interesting. I would take from that, though, to some extent, that if your barriers in, then there would be less need to consider that upstream if you've already resolved it downstream. It's just a thought in that sense. Okay. Now, you mentioned a few hundred millimetres. Could you be more precise than that? I think I can't remember if it was Jacobs or Babty suggested a figure of about 700.7 of a metre. I mean by that, could be taken off defences in the Whitesands if there was upstream management. I mean, that sounds like quite a lot, 0.7 of a metre.
Yeah, but of course you're aware we're not using the Jacob or Babty's findings for this flood protection scheme proposal. We're using the findings from Michelle. So Jacobs and Babty's is based on the data, the best data they had available at the time. Clearly we have better data because we have better digital terrain mapping, so we can produce a better, more accurate model of the river and the surrounding floodplains. So these guys who will come behind me will talk about the levels that can be achieved, but I'm talking a few hundred millimetres, and what I'm saying to you is that for the cost of providing a few hundred extra millimetres in Dumfries, compared with the cost of negotiating and building agricultural embankments up to a standard that will meet with the Reservoirs Act 75, in terms of retaining water above the natural ground levels, which is what the Reservoirs Act requires you to do. Appreciate that there would be an excessive cost in building that for a small amount of additional protection in Dumfries, or for a small reduction in levels. You would still be building a flood protection scheme in Dumfries, and you would have to be maintaining this going forward.
I understand the financial argument, but obviously I'm trying to minimise the height of defences on the Whitesands. If there's a way of, I accept that may be costly, but if there was a way of doing more in terms of upstream management, and that did reduce the heights of the barriers in the Whitesands, that would be to our benefit, certainly. And you've mentioned a few times a few hundred millimetres in the context of a more accurate model. If Babty Jacobs were able to say 0.700 of a metre, could you be more precise about that?
I'm not going to be more precise about that. If my colleagues behind me, when they give their precognitions and a question by you, can give a more precise figure, then they will do that. I would, however, say that Babty and Jacobs are not here to defend the fact that they wrote 0.7 metres in their reports. So the accuracy of that is based on a model of, nowadays not as good as accuracy as what we have. So, yeah, you can quote a 0.7, but whether they're technically quoting perfect accuracy in their modelling figures is debatable.
Yes, and it will also be debatable in future years as to whether the current model is accurate also. I'm sure there'll be another model in 5 or 10 years using even better technology, which will give us even a more accurate. Would that be a reasonable thing to?
Absolutely, but what we're considering here is the scheme as we have it now, with the information we have now, and that's how we're progressing going forward.
Could I just ask you about when you reported to the committee in 2011 about this is the concept of synchronisation, which I've read a little bit about. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that synchronisation only happens in the high flooding situation. You mentioned a 1 in 100 scenario. I think that's what was reported to the committee, that in a 1 in 100 scenario, if the embankment's over top, you get a synchronisation effect, which effectively doesn't make a lot of difference then by the time it hits Dumfries or the barriers. Have I got that right?
I can talk a little bit about it, but I think the best person to answer questions about this would be the modelling colleagues who will come up in future over the next day or so. But the way we reported to the committee, as is in the committee report, and I can read that out if anybody so wishes, is that the storage areas would fill up and spill back into the river during the time that peak was passing through, and there would be increasing levels going through Dumfries because of that additional storage in there.
See, I can understand that for the 1 in 100 scenario, but as we talked earlier, we see most of the floods as not being 1 in 100 and perhaps being nearer 1 in 10, 1 in 5, 1 in 10. You get the odd ones, 1 in 15, 1 in 20, whatever. But would you agree that if there was upstream management and the floodplains were used, that would make a difference downstream? It sounds to me like it's only the very extreme 1 in 100 scenario where you get synchronisation. You wouldn't get synchronisation if the embankments weren't overtopped.
Yeah, I feel like we've already discussed this. I haven't disagreed with this point. The use of storage upstream at Dumfries will reduce the levels in Dumfries at the lower return periods. You have a witness who has stated that happened. I have sat here 10 minutes ago and said I experienced levels dropping in post-flood evaluation and discussions with SEPA. They attributed this to a failure in embankment, which allowed river water to rush in there, thus reducing levels in Dumfries. There is no argument to that. The council has never argued that point. The consultants have never argued that point. The point we are making is when you're looking at the pragmatism and practicalities of funding, building and maintaining a flood protection scheme, the benefits of upstream storage are outweighed by the costs of the upstream storage, simply put.
And from our point of view, the Dumfries community pays the price in a higher barrier. You know. That same committee, one of the recommendations, or I think the decisions of the committee, was about not displacing the problems onto another area. But I have seen, I think it was the very last point, the actual wording was that any plan must not displace the problem to the other side of the River Nith or any other locations. And I think there has been an admission that your design, the current design, would displace water upstream to Nunham. Now, I know but do you accept that point? I think that point is accepted, but...
Yeah, I mean, it is quite an interesting fact, actually, because the original committee report that I wrote for the 13th of December 2011 doesn't have that as a recommendation. This recommendation was added in by committee. It's the importance to them, to members, that we didn't displace the problem to the other side of the river or elsewhere. And in doing so, in designing the scheme and working with our consultant, we discovered, as has been pointed out and never been hidden from, there is a minor increase to an at-risk flood area of in the order of 50 millimetres. So in progressing that, we took some time to look at, and there was a report prepared on different options that would mitigate that increase or reduce or remove that increase in flood risk at this one specific location of Nunham. So a number of options were presented, and one was preferred, and the guys who are coming behind me can talk about that in more detail, but that option was increasing the capacity at the Devergilla Bridge by removal of material under the easternmost arch. So ultimately, the requirement from members back in 2011 to not displace the problem to the other side of the river or any other locations has been addressed. Because, and to let me finish, the removal of material under the Devergilla Bridge forms part of the order. It is not just a nice to have. It is not just a we'll do it under works of clearance and repair as required by Section 18 of the Flood Risk Management Scotland Act. It is part of the order.
Yes, I accept that, but it's a mitigation against an adverse effect, which we see running throughout the whole scheme. Where there's an adverse effect, you seek to mitigate it by actions like this, and your mitigation here, and I will wait to hear from the others, is based again on a model, on a theory, which I have my doubts about, and I think people from Nunham have doubts about. But the bottom line is that your scheme does in fact increase the level at Nunham, and you have to mitigate against that.
Was there a question there? Agrees with you for what? That the scheme mitigates the upstream flooding?
No, agrees that the scheme does in fact cause an increase at Nunham that needs to be mitigated against.
I think you just said that, did you not?
In paragraph 4.7, you mentioned that the Council wanted the balance to be struck between the standard of flood protection and the visual impact of defences. This reflected, so it's really a question about that the Council, even at that stage, took the view that we should not create a barrier between the town and the river. In fact, that's the last line of that sentence. Do you think you've achieved that?
Yes.
Do you think that that's at its optimum or its maximum, I should say? Is that the maximum balance?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by maximum balance. Is no a balance a balance? No, don't. Perhaps you want to rephrase it. I do not mean, is that the optimum solution? Or, I don't think it's fair to ask a witness whether he achieved a maximum balance, because I think you've either balanced or you haven't.
Okay. Let me just think this one. The point I'm trying to get at, with the addition up to the 1 in 75, I mean, this committee wanted a 1 in 25. You pursued that, but later it was then put to 1 in 75. Okay. The committee, in saying that, or are you in agreeing with that, was the 1 in 25 then the maximum? In other words, if you went beyond the 1 in 25, would it then be out of balance? Does that make sense?
I'm not going to say it doesn't make sense. I see the difficulty you have in phrasing the question. The whole of the progression of this scheme has been a balance between how much confidence do you give people that you are going to be protected from flooding against how much of an impact does the scheme have on everyday life. And so you talk about this being us trying to mitigate what we're doing. You say we've mitigated against, you say we're making Nunham flooding worse, and we've mitigated against that. So ultimately the scheme as put forward by the council does not increase flooding at Nunham. Okay, it doesn't increase flooding at Nunham, because part of the scheme includes something that removes the flooding increase that is part of the original design. So the scheme does not increase flooding at Nunham. In terms of level of protection, as I said, it's always been a balance between height of defences and visual impact. The confidence that you give people that, yes, they can live and work behind there and not run the risk of worrying about flooding against this long-term issue of a defence in there. Without meaning to sound cliched, you've got to break eggs to make omelettes kind of thing. You're going to have to do some stuff. So the mitigation of a flood defence, and I was talked about in the 2011 committee report, was trying to find a way of a flood defence that would provide other benefits to the community. So it wasn't just about building the wall, because building the wall down there and taking away the flooding wasn't in the view of officers and of the council, and a unanimous agreement from the administration at that time was that this needed to be more than just building a wall. This was about mitigating against the impacts of building a wall by creating something that was an enhancement to the area but also offered flood protection. I don't hide behind that. So the concept of a raised walkway, an embankment as it was, a raised walkway as it became, was about creating something that offered flood protection but at the same time did something more positive for the area. Okay, and we can have a different opinion. People will have different opinions on whether removal of parking from a riverside location is a good thing or a bad thing. But there was a view taken from the charrette, that, for example, that why should the cars have the best views? And that's I'm not saying that's my opinion, but there are differing views and opinions. You have one on cars, other people have others.
I'm conscious, though, at that time, this was prior to glass being involved in the scheme, and you were effectively then producing an embankment, a raised embankment, which was solid, a 1 in 25 level. Was that correct?
That's correct. This is how design development works. We start off with things and we develop it, and eventually come to a preferred solution, which is what's presented to the reporter as the solution they're considering.
It's visually, though, it's the equivalent of a wall, basically. Visually, it does the same thing as a wall.
No.
Mr. Dowson, while you're just pausing there, I'm just keeping an eye on when would be the appropriate time for an afternoon break. How many more questions do you think you have? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, can I leave it with you that when you think you've reached a sort of a natural break point in the next 10 minutes or so that you just draw that to my attention. We'll have our mid-afternoon break. Is that okay?
One of the points about that discussion, though, was about climate change and potential then increases. And, you know, what we're worried about from the town side, from the public side, is the fact that that is we see it as a barrier to the river. And the concern about then talking about in future terms that it could be increased. If that increase meant building the embankment up or building higher glass walls even, that's the worry, that the thing would come out of balance. It would continue to grow. Do you understand that concern? I know you're building in foundations to allow that to happen, but that's a real concern that the public have, that in years to come, this thing will increase in size.
So at the moment, the balance of level of protection and height of defences is, we consider, the optimum balance. You've got a level of confidence in a 1 in 75-year scheme, and you've, by the use of mitigating factors, so an element of demountable, so it won't be there all the time, of glass panels rather than a solid construction, so there are some visuals through that glass panels, that is a balance. Okay? That is based on looking forward to providing a level of protection that can be understood. So although we haven't experienced the 1 in 75, I would argue the residents of Newton Stewart hadn't experienced much flooding until 2012. And then in 2012, 2015, they got major events. But they had no history of this in their living memory. So these things have a tendency to kind of happen, probabilities and such like. If over time, the frequency of events that we experience in Dumfries, and this probably beyond my lifetime and maybe even your lifetime, the frequency of events that occur that raise concerns among those who live and work in Dumfries, that there is an over-reliance on installing temporary barriers, the temporary demountable sections, for example. These are being installed too regularly, that we're getting to the point where we're needing to evacuate the sites because we have concerns about overtopping on a regular basis. Then at that point the balance changes. The balance of what is flood protection and what is visual. And people go, do you know something? I don't really care so much about the concept of being able to see through this glass panel from standing at the back of the footpath. Actually, I think it'd be better, our balance, our community view on the balance of flood protection level over visual intrusion, if that's what you want to call it, changes. It rebalances out. So people go, actually, we want a bit more confidence in the flood protection levels, and we will deal with the fact that that brings a negative of a reduction in visuals. And that might happen in 20 years' time or 30 years' time. And what we're saying is in the design of the scheme, by increasing the foundation level in terms of the strength of the foundation, so withstand an overturning moment of increased height, we can deal with that situation. So yes, there is the potential that it could be raised, but that may be the wish of the public at that point. If you look back, and I think it's worth looking back, if you look back 30 years ago, there was a clamouring for a flood protection scheme from the businesses and community on the Whitesands.
The wider regeneration ambitions, addressing flooding is part of wider regeneration ambitions for the Whitesands and town centre. I mean, this is an issue that we've had, that the flood protection scheme, I suppose it's a point about it's moving into this whole public realm improvements thing, that when does a flood protection scheme cease to be a flood protection scheme and become something else? And the title that we've always been struggling with is the Whitesands Flood Protection Scheme and public realm improvements, and the fact that the public realm improvements are being promoted as part of the flood protection scheme. Would you like to comment on that? Because that has been certainly something we've been concerned about.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, in terms of that, we are looking to undertake a flood protection scheme that enhances the area more than just by providing flood protection measures. I see nothing wrong with that. I cannot understand why anybody would wish to not want to improve the area at this stage. I look forward with taking that to our, we're using the flood protection scheme to improve the area from flooding, but also to improve the area as in terms of how it looks. So it's not just about building a concrete wall. That's a sustainable flood protection scheme, as in it offers more than just flood protection.
Could I just clarify again the 1 in 75? For a while, when I spoke to Councillor Colin Smith previously, he was of the impression that the 1 in 75 level was a requirement of Scottish grant. Now, I understand that that is no longer the case, but was that the case, or was that something that was taken into consideration, or was it solely the point you made about insurance and other things?
There is nothing in the requirements for funding from the Scottish Government that states any standard of protection is required. I know you've referred in your recognition to historically a 1 in 200 or a 1 in 100 was a required level of protection before funding would be. That's fine. That's fine to refer to it as something that it was historically the case, but it's no longer the case. There are a number of requirements to seek funding. We have met those requirements, and that is why this scheme is within the Solway Local Plan District Local Flood Risk Management Plan and then SEPA strategy for the Solway LPD. Level of protection is not a deciding factor on whether we get monies from Scottish Government.
So it would follow then that a scheme for 1 in 10 could be eligible for a government grant as well then?
And it's not for me to comment on whether Scottish Government would change their position if we went back to them with a 1 in 10, but there is nothing, as I've said to you, to say that the level of protection, but that's it.
And could you comment on the insurance point? I mean, I think you've mentioned that you mentioned somewhere that it was maybe a standard in the insurance industry that they would expect. Is this the case? Is there evidence for that?
If you give me a minute to find a piece of paperwork, which I've got somewhere in this folder here. Yes, 1 in 75 is classed as a moderate risk, whereas anything higher than 1 in 75, any likelihood more likely than 1 in 75 is classed as high risk, and anything over the 1 in 200 is classed as low risk. As insurance industry, 1 in 75 is a moderate risk. So, but clearly any location at which you increase the level of protection reduces the likelihood of flooding and therefore gives more confidence to anybody behind those defences. But 1 in 75 as appears on the ABI website as a moderate risk.
Following that, do you believe that would have an impact on SEPA's consideration of new planned developments in what would still be the floodplain of Whitesands?
In terms of new developments behind that, it's still within a flood risk area because it's still within a 1 in 200. We've never changed that position. It's not protected to the 1 in 200 level of protection, so SPP requires, Scottish Planning Policy requires it to be out with a 1 in 200. However, some of these decisions will be associated with the use of the property, whether it's a reuse, redevelopment of existing property. So It's about placing new people at risk. It's more complicated than simply just saying it's within. So yes, you wouldn't build a nursing home on the Whitesands having built a 1 in 75-year standard protection scheme. In fact, you wouldn't build it even at a 1 in 200-year standard of protection. But but there is an element, and a significant element, of local decision making in that from local planners around risk. So these kind of things would still be a consideration for discussion between SEPA and the planning office, planning function within the local authority.
I suppose my point is again, though, that the 1 in 75 isn't critical. That would apply if it was a 1 in 50 or a 1 in 25 or a 1 in 100, because you're still within the one. All of these levels are within the 1 in 200 then. Would that be correct?
Well, yes, of course, it's still less level of protection than 1 in 200, but the lower you go, the more concern the SEPA are going to have in terms of what would be permitted development behind, and likewise what the local authority would be concerned about permitted development behind. So, and as I said, the level of protection is a balance between height of defences and visual impact.
Thank you. Shall we take a 15-minute break and come back at 3:25? Carry on, Mr. Dowson. Can I just ask how long you think your question is going to take?
Okay, I'm just been having a think about that and having a look. I would hope to try and finish within about 30 minutes.
That's a good answer. We've also got some questions as well, and I would remind you, of course, that at the pre-examination meeting we agreed that parties may put in closing submissions, so you're allowed to pull together the points. You don't have to capture absolutely everything you wanted there. So if you'd like to carry on.
I'll try and be as brief and quick as I can. Just a brief comment on car parking. I know we're going to have a session on that, but you mentioned that the charrette, that some of the views were that why should the cars have the best views. Now, somewhere along the line, a decision was taken that the cars should be removed from the Whitesands. How did that decision come about? Who actually took it? Because I've never been quite clear on that.
The outcomes from the charrette were presented to committee. So I suppose it would be ultimately committee that took the decision that the scheme should involve a design that ultimately removed the cars from that part of the Whitesands. Leading on from that, there was then a request from committee to re-provision all the spaces lost, and that was added in as a recommendation to a future committee, all 230 spaces, which, as you're aware from future committee reports and the scheme as presented, has been achieved.
Just a few questions then on the rising barrier part of your precognition. Ultimately, you put to the council and to one of your public events, I think it was the October 1st to 3rd of October event, both options, I think option 5 and 6. You put the rising barrier as an option. I presume you did that because you were confident that that was a viable and reasonable scheme to put forward.
We advised committee that we would take the optimum solution and the rising barrier option out and seek views on that to help inform committee on the decision.
I'm asking, as an engineer, I assume that you wouldn't have put to the public and a council committee a solution that you didn't have confidence could be delivered?
I suspect what you're asking here is whether I take direction on the committee reports that are submitted from committee, from the administration, or whether I make my own decisions. So you're asking me. I mean, I think that the rising barrier is a feasible solution as an option in terms of it can be achieved. I'm quite clear that there are risks associated with this, and there are disadvantages with respect to what you say is no visual impact, and what is clear from this morning's recognition would require 10 to 15 metre spacings, posts, substantial posts to support a barrier system, up to, well, at least 2.5, 2.9 metres high. So I think that was what was presented.
I want to be clear that you yourself see. I picked up somewhere in your report that you maybe didn't think it was an appropriate solution for the Whitesands. Now, if I'm not trying to misquote you, but I just wanted to be clear that in your view as a professional or an engineer, that the rising barrier solution was a viable option to put before council and public, and still is, presumably.
The information is contained within committee reports on the positives and negatives of a rising barrier option set back from the river's edge and a raised walkway option, and those two options are compared in some detail in committee reports in second half of 2014. I have visited the Cockermouth scheme and seen them pump water into it and watch the barriers rise. It works. Whether it's an appropriate scheme for Whitesands and Dumfries is a different matter, engineering-wise, and many other factors to take into account, which is part of this scheme. And that's other decision makers are involved in this. If you want an engineering opinion on it, I've given my engineering opinion on it. And an engineering opinion given in committee reports that there's a risk element to this. There's also a visual element to this. Many elements to rising barriers that are presented in the committee reports. I'm not sure what else you want me to add to that.
You've answered that. Given Mr. Marchant's evidence this morning, are you more reassured, though, about many of the concerns you had? You know, things like vandalism, and there was a whole range of things, whether it could be 100-year buoyant, whether it would... were you reassured by his evidence on many of these issues? Or perhaps was there anything that you're still not reassured about?
I think it's actually it's arguably an unreasonable question what you're asking me to do. I have had the opportunity to listen to my counsel question a technical expert on a product that he sells. With the greatest respect to my counsel, he doesn't know how to question a technical expert on engineering matters, even with attempts at prompting by me with questions written on post-it notes. So I don't actually believe that the evidence given this morning by Mr. Marchant could fully address any concerns I would have with such a system, because I haven't had an opportunity personally to discuss all my concerns. So I think it's unreasonable to request to say, have my concerns been allayed? There is nothing that was presented this morning that gave me any greater assurances that the scheme was any more robust than what I'd seen a number of years ago when I went to Cockermouth, and what I'm aware of how the scheme works. So no, there's nothing more. There's no greater assurances than what I've seen in what was presented this morning. The fact that the barriers still require a vertical post for support mechanisms is an interesting point to note, because I've heard that the barriers are going to be designed without them, but he at least had the honesty to admit that is something they're looking at but haven't achieved. I would say that his background in civil engineering came with some grasp of the challenges involved in undertaking such an engineering solution. He presented a 6 to 7 month construction period for 450 metres of barrier, and I think there's been an unfair comparison drawn between that and a 2 to 3 year period to which the Save Our Sands group have continued to refer to, although where that 2 to 3 year period has come from, the length of period for construction is one that would be subject to a construction plan going forward, and it certainly hasn't been determined yet. But more to the point, 6 to 7 months to construct a rising barrier of 450 metres. Based on one site visit, I'm impressed how he can offer that. And on the other part about that is that we're not building 450 metres of flood protection, we're building 1,100 metres of flood protection, and we're dealing with sewer network. So it's an unfair comparison to draw. So that side of things, that kind of gives me a slight cause for concern if somebody's prepared to present evidence at a public inquiry just to say something like that when clearly they've never actually fully reviewed all the information available to make such a statement.
You would accept, though, that lamp posts or posts every 15 metres or so, 10 to 15 metres or so, is going to be a lot less visually intrusive than your walkway with glass panels.
Sounds like you're trying to lead me in an answer there. My view is that we're not talking about lampposts here. We're talking about significant columns. There wasn't any evidence given by Mr. Marchant on what size these columns would need to be, but I can assure you they're not going to be slender aluminium lighting columns that are going to support the loads that are going to be coming from a 2.5 to 3 metre high barrier along the Whitesands. We are talking significant rolled steel joists. We're talking large H sections, I sections placed along the riverside, 2.5 metres high. I don't personally, if you want a personal opinion, I think you could hang as many flower baskets on this as you want. You are not going to hide from the fact that you're going to have industrial columns 2.5 metres high every 10 to 15 metres along the Whitesands if you want to build a self-rising barrier option. So it will be a different visual, but it will be a visual impact, and it will give an industrial feel to the area if it's steel columns of that nature, because they obviously need to guide the rising barriers up into a vertical position, hold them in a vertical position, and transfer the loads from the barriers into those columns and therefore down into foundations to avoid any failure. So I think it will be a different situation than a earth embankment with a path on the top and a glass barrier on it. But that, you're asking for an opinion on a visual. Okay.
I thank you for giving us that. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to get to a conclusion as quickly as we can. One thing I just wanted to be clear on was if you could help me on this, it's the role of the cyclist. I couldn't quite figure
So I didn't
out.
quite catch that. The
Oh,
role of-
cyclists. Yeah, there's a cycle path. I think it's part of a European route, is that right? Am I wrong? There is a cycleway, a shared pedestrian. Is that correct? It's just that I wondered if you could talk me just through how. I think cyclists have to dismount. They wouldn't be allowed, I think, on the raised walkway. Is that correct? And I wasn't quite sure then how cyclists would get from one end of the Whitesands to the other.
So the cycleway, I mean, we're verging into other people's territory here, and Tony will be able to talk more about this in a future session. But the route along the Whitesands is NR7, National Cycle Route 7. It's currently a shared space at the moment. That's a recognised use of footway and as a cycleway as well, so it's not segregated. Cyclists, pedestrians can walk. You do not need to dismount. And as you're well aware, John, the Riverside Path remains. So the Riverside Path as it is at the moment remains. There is no change to that. Okay, so the only location where there is a change to that is where you pass the Evergilla Bridge. But beyond that, cyclists will be off the raised walkway, and it will be a pedestrian walking area only. And of course, like everywhere else, footways and one-way street, cyclists will have a tendency to do sometimes what they want. But we've got to we've got to have aspirations about how people act. But the cycling facilities will be on the Riverside Path.
Can you just help me here? Does the Riverside Path continue to be continuous? What does actually happen to it at the Evergilla Bridge? Can a cyclist still cycle straight along, or what happens when they get to the bridge? I couldn't make that out from the drawings. This is one of the detail problems I had.
From recollection, the cyclists come. The steps off the bridge is a flat area, and then the steps further down. So the walkway comes by at not at the same level as the bridge deck. So the path can come up from the roadway and from underneath past the public toilets, effectively come up and then back down onto the Riverside Path downstream of the Evergilla Bridge. And then whether you're getting this, well, I'm going to do some waving and stuff like that, but the path runs along the top of the embankment and heading downstream, the other path then tails down and joins back onto the Riverside Path. So the cyclists will do that way, pedestrians will be able to walk along that way.
At some point, to stay on a cycle, can I stay on a cycle all the way, or do I have to get off? It's basically
I don't have that level of detail at this stage. We're getting into a level of detail of a scheme that we are promoting. You've seen the level of detail shown on the scheme drawings. Cyclists will be allowed to stay on their bikes. There may be a section where, because they interact with pedestrians coming across the bridge, we would encourage them to get off their bikes, as we do in plenty of other locations. For example, the suspension bridge, where they are asked to step off their bikes and push them across the bridge.
okay. Could I just two other points I'd just like to ask you about the river wall point that we did raise, and I've picked up from various of your consultants' reports concerns about that wall and concerns about constructing your scheme in the location it is, in the proximity of the wall, and the concern that we build or spend 25 odd million up at that level but still have the problem with that wall. I mean, I've made no secret of my view is that wall needs to be addressed and properly, but could I have your views on that?
Absolutely. Happy to offer you my views on that. So there's two or three elements to this response. First of all, the Riverside Wall is a council responsibility at present, so it supports a public road, public car park. So the council has a maintenance regime for it, as it does for its structures, road bridges and retaining walls throughout the region. Presently that involves a maintenance, an inspection and maintenance regime of 2 yearly inspections of all our structures across the region that support public highway. Works of maintenance are undertaken when deemed to be necessary, and in fact, as I understand it, there's works of maintenance due to be carried out on the walls at the moment, raking and repointing, vegetation removal, that kind of thing. But principally, the river walls are in a good condition. There's no evidence of any significant concerns, and any that would be discovered would be repaired. Assuming the flood protection scheme is never built, we will continue to maintain these walls as we currently do. If the flood protection scheme is built, the design of the flood protection scheme, as you're aware, one of the reasons for retaining the riverside path was to avoid placing additional loading on the riverside wall. So the design of the scheme is to ensure that the loading from the flood protection scheme is principally kept away from the riverside wall, so the loading is transferred into the ground at a level that is below the riverside wall. So what we're saying is that we're not placing any additional loading. So you'll remember a number of years ago, before my time in Dumfries, the buses and cars used to be right up against the wall, and they were removed back from the wall because of concerns over additional loading there, and that's part of the reason for that path's presence. So we have continued that in our design, so that the design of the wall that sits within the embankment, for example, will be transference of loading not onto the riverside wall. So actually, even if the riverside wall were to fail, partially collapse, anything like that, it doesn't impact directly upon the defences. So there's two or three things taken into account. One, we already maintain the walls and we will continue to do so, scheme or no scheme. And two, that we're not dependent upon the riverside wall for its presence there.
I hear all that you say, but perhaps I've misread those reports from your consultants, but I was picking up a much greater concern about the condition of those walls. I mean, there is reference to the possibility over the 100-year period, over the life of this, that some of those walls will continue to erode and be scoured out at the foundations. They are permeable, and there is one or two suggestions in their recommendations even that in that period these walls will have to be addressed. And in terms of a flood protection scheme, I'd have thought those river walls were your first line of actual defence in the sense, because they're containing the river. I'm also thinking in terms of finance even, that would it not be an opportunity, a financial opportunity, to perhaps seek 80% funding for that work to address these walls properly. I'm conscious also, I remember reading in the Babty report various methods, even Babty 30 years ago was talking about these walls and perhaps the need for that to be addressed.
Was there a question there?
Well, yes. I mean, basically, do you not think that it's a bit irresponsible to be spending that kind of money above a wall that could, in the duration of the 100-year life, either collapse, because it could, or will need major works? And why not try and do them now?
There's no need to do the works now. The wall doesn't require the works to be done now. So in terms of asset management, which obviously as a taxpayer member of the community, you'd rather the council manage its assets in an efficient and effective way, I would suggest that what we would be doing is looking to manage the asset in a way that we would undertake repairs when it was most economically viable to undertake the repairs. That wall has stood for a long time and will continue to stand for a long time with just minor elements of maintenance. There's nothing to suggest that wall is going to catastrophically fail in a short period of time, and with continued maintenance, as we will continue to do whether we build a flood protection scheme or not, we will hopefully avoid catastrophic failure, but there is nothing to indicate that it's going to catastrophically fail in the next 25 years, next 100 years. So why would we spend the money now? to try and get maintenance monies, if you want to talk about getting monies from the Scottish Government, and you seem concerned about us wanting to spend it in other places in the country that are more important, but then you're now telling me I should be asking for money that I should be spending on maintenance works. I think the Scottish Government might take a view that that isn't capital spend, and doing maintenance works wouldn't be eligible for 80% funding, but hey, what do I know about that?
And just one last question, and I'm rushing it a bit. It was to do just briefly with the seepage report, or would you prefer I put that to one of your other witnesses?
You give it a shot with me if you'd like.
Well,
yeah. If I find it too difficult, I'll pass it on to somebody else.
It was just I was reading that there is a section in the seepage report, because that wall is permeable and water goes through it, that it obviously talks about that flood waters will seep through potentially underneath your defences when they're built. And this is where we come to detail a bit. I'm a bit uncertain as to just how far down the foundations would need to go. And there are some very interesting diagrams in there. But I picked up one issue, and it was particularly bad, I think, at the Grade A listed building that Reverend Andrew Crosby, I think, owns. I think you know the building I mean. Whereas that report talks about seepage when the river is in flood, which, okay, it's more than, well, when the river is full, let's say, so that's more than 2 or 3 days a year, but it's intermittent, it's not all year round. And there's seepage coming from the river under your defences. It also talks about seepage coming from the town in the other direction, which happens sort of 365 days a year. Now, I picked up that your consultant, I think, was concerned about that, and particularly in relation to that Grade A listed building. Is that something you can comment on?
I'm not going to comment on that in any detail. We can pick that up with... I'm not going to comment on that in any detail. We can pick that up with our consultants when they give evidence in later time during this inquiry.
Which particular witness would you suggest that Mr. Dowson ask that question?
It could be of either of Paul or possibly Tim, but I would say probably more likely Paul Swift.
Okay, thank you. Was the output from the charrette process that you've referred to in your precognition a broad consensus, or was there in fact a range of views expressed through that process?
There was a range of matters discussed at the process, and actually there was some issues discussed even internally with regards to, for example, upstream storage. There was a proposition put forward at the charrette of demolishing all the property on the sands and dealing with flood protection. If there's nothing to flood, then it's not a flood problem. But ultimately, yes, I would say there was a consensus of those involved, and that was what was presented to committee. There was subsequent feedback on that, and that was the direction of travel. Sorry, I should say, Jason Sayers, who will speak later, will be able to speak in probably more detail on the charrette.
How crucial is the quality of maintenance to the success of the scheme in terms of planting and glass cleaning and that sort of thing? And how would you ensure the council delivered that?
I think it is important to differentiate between what the council does in terms of maintenance for the infrastructure for which it is responsible. As you've seen from my precognition, my service includes a variety of subjects, a variety of areas, and one of them is the roads infrastructure, including approximately 1,200 road bridges. We take the inspection and maintenance of those seriously, and to the point where, as I've said, we inspect them every 2 years and undertake maintenance works, and don't have touch wood, don't have a particularly bad track record of bridge failures and things like that. It's easy to pick up the authority for things like failure to cut grass or clear silt or things like that, and it's that balance between what is going to cause us real issues and what is going to cause us criticism. I can just see my director kicking me for some of what I'm saying now, but in terms of the flood protection scheme, if the glass isn't cleaned, if the grass isn't cut, if the flower beds have rubbish in them, it will still continue to operate as a flood protection scheme, because the crucial elements remain the integrity of the walls, the integrity of the glass panels. A glass panel with damage on it will still operate as a glass panel. We'll have a maintenance regime specifically for the gates, the demountables and such like. So yes, there is a balance between what's important in terms of what can be undertaken in terms of maintenance and what the scheme relies on for its critical operation.
And at the end of Mr. Dowson's evidence, you saw me go through the order and get him to explain his concerns about as he saw it, as he perceived it, the lack of detail in the order. And we touched upon this at the hearing session on Tuesday. If the Minister did confirm the order, what's the next step in terms of converting a few sentences indexed to a map, for example, about a pumping station and where the underwater tank's going to go, and something that you could actually put out to tender?
Yeah, I mean, we need to have undertaken a certain amount of design of the scheme already to determine whether it's feasible to put down the level of detail that we have put on the drawings. So the showing of a single line on a plan at the scale that we've shown shows an approximate position of a wall, but clearly we've done enough outline design to know that that wall can be built in that location. There remain, without a doubt, elements that will be progressed, and that's why there remains within the schema risk pot associated with, for example, underground elements, because you can't go and inspect every section, every bit of underground. You might find some piece of archaeology that somebody says you can't shift, or you might find rock that requires you to not take the foundations as deep, so that you will change that. So we have enough level of design that have confidence in what we presented is deliverable. The detail as to the size of the pumping station, whether it's located within the D&G home site as the proposal, but whether it's located 5 metres off that wall or 4 metres off that wall is a level of detail that doesn't change the fact that to manage the levels within the sewers requires a pump station within that, and that is a suitable location to build it because it is away. There's limited services within that area. So the next stages will be to take, assuming a confirmed scheme, the next stages will be to take this now to a detailed design. So there'll be more site investigation work, for example, to better inform the design of structures, the depth to which we would need to take foundations, because the nature of the ground will determine what the bearing capacities are, will determine the width of the foundation. So if transferring the load into softer material, then you require a wider foundation. If it's good hard material, then you wouldn't. So that level of detail, but principally a wall can be built in that location is what we're saying. The nature, and I think you asked the question of my council on the first day, was about exactly that, where we would go next, and it was nice to see him struggling over asking him a construction program methodology. But how we procure that method is, the nature of the construction that we take forward will depend on what form of contract we use. We may choose early contractor involvement to assist with the design. We may go for the SCAPE option, where you bring the contractor straight in. There's different ways. We may go for a fully engineered design approach, where we would supervise the construction on site. There's various options there, and that will affect how we turn what we've got so far into a design, and therefore a construction project. Phasing of the works is something which is also important. The timescales for doing the works can be shortened by putting a lot of resources onto the job, but the impacts will be bigger for a shorter period of time. Or you take more time and hit it, do small elements of work throughout the scheme over a longer period of time and reduce the impact. All these kind of things are things that still need that detailed consideration.
And when you prepared the order, did you seek advice from the colleagues in the client division as to what was an appropriate format for that?
How do you mean in the client division?
I'm hired by the Environmental Quality Division of the Scottish Government to hold this inquiry, because they're the division of the Scottish Government that look after flood defence schemes. And I just wondered, how you determined the format for your flood order. Was that, you just think, well, that's appropriate, or did you seek advice?
Flood protection schemes promoted under the 2009 Act are quite new. You will see that my name appears on one of the pieces of documentation, the guidance to Part 4 of the Flood Risk Management Scotland Act 2009. So along with other local authorities, I was one of 5 or 6 or 7 local authority members involved in producing guidance on Part 4, which is principally flood protection, well, council duties, but flood protection schemes are a major element of that. Selkirk flood protection scheme was a model that we engaged with colleagues in Selkirk, the Highland Council as well. A lot of the sort of layouts of these drawings are based on the approach taken in the 2009 Act. And I suspect over time these things there'll be iterations of it and developments. And we took the design justification report, which was a sort of addition to the order documentation, because the order documentation is limited to the order, the drawings, the environmental statement. We took a design justification report as well, which provides further information that isn't there in the actual order documentation. And that was a lead from the Highland Council in that respect. So, yes, we speak to our colleagues and seek advice from them as the best way to go. But the order drawings are written designed in a way to offer not a definitive, not an 100%, that's exactly what we're going to do. If you say we're going to build foundations at 2 metres down and we need to go 3 metres, then you've told them you're building it to 2. You would have a level of flexibility.
And is it normal when it comes to infrastructure projects that the council deals with, like a new road or a new bridge or a flood defence order, for you to be responsible for checking your own detailed design specifications in terms of like how the foundation works and that sort of thing?
With certain elements, so with say bridge design, depending on the size of the structure, there are standards written into the you would seek either an internal check between 2 design teams. So my design function within the council that manages the bridge infrastructure we used to run 2 bridges design teams, separate teams with separate managers. So for smaller schemes, one team designed it, another team could check it. As you get into larger schemes, you're looking for, when undertaking the design, you would go to an external consultant or another body, another local authority perhaps, who would carry out a design check. So we will work through, taking to the next stages, the appropriateness of elements of our design work being independently assessed. So depending on the next stages going forward, but as I said to you, there is a little bit of the next stage of procurement is still up in the air. So if you could take a model which basically takes what we've got so far and gives it to a contractor and says, build this. That's a SCAPE process, which I'm not a big expert on, but we've not surprisingly been presentations by the contractor who has a SCAPE contract to take that as an option. But yes, we would look to have independent checks of work being done.
And is there any process before, from the Scottish Government's perspective, before they gave a sizable capital grant to the council, would they be engaged in any checking of the detail design process beyond what's in the order?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I know the officers in civil servants within the flooding team at Scottish Government, and I don't believe their remit includes undertaking that level of check of that.
Can I take you to paragraph 3.7, your recognition? You're just making reference to the flooding at Whitesands having implications for other areas in terms of resources. I'm just wondering how the proposed scheme might alter that.
I mean, as you're aware, as many local bodies are going through, we look at the works that we're required to deliver, and we manage our staff numbers accordingly. So I suspect there would be 2 options to this. If we reduce our staff requirements because we're no longer sweeping roads and assisting with clean-up or response, they could be better deployed in other locations where we don't have, or over time the decision may be taken that there's a less requirement for staff. So as you know, as we've more mechanised processes, so our bin collections we've reduced from 3 staff down to 2 staff because of better processes of lifting bin. You know what I mean? You can do it like that. But if I'm understanding you correctly, staff could be deployed to other areas to assist in flood response, if not required at the Whitesands.
I think, just to clarify, what I was meaning is, do you see the scheme offering benefits to the council in terms of the level of protection means that you would have less frequent need for people to come out with the flood pods and to react to flooding of a less than 1 in 75 year event?
Yeah, I mean, if we're called to, if we get a flood warning, then the police instruct the authority to close the car park, to put up road closed signs depending on whether the floods are getting to that extent, and then, assuming it doesn't even reach the properties, we've still got a clean up to do the car park and the road, and then reopening the road, and elements of sort of a communication strategy to say what's happened goes to the properties. Then we have assisted, and I suspect we'll continue to assist in provision of skips to dispose of damaged property and things like that. So all those elements will disappear if there's a flood protection scheme in place.
So in terms of a large flood event where the demountables are required, is that likely to cause the council significant resource problems, given that in such an event you're going to have incidents of flooding elsewhere? And, you know, what's the prospect of the demountables having a major impact on resources for the council?
There is a level of detail provided as an estimate for the number of staff and the time it would take to erect demountables within the maintenance manual. It's based on initial discussions with the supplier of that kind of equipment. You'd be aware that the council has a responsibility for winter service. And winter service is, you'd call it gritting or salting the roads. So we have over the winter time, which is obviously where we generally get our flood events and our major flood events. Over the winter time, we have a standby arrangement for staff on winter service. I mean, without meaning to be kind of blasé about it or flippant or whatever, if we're suffering from heavy rainfall and flooding events, we are generally not using our, guys on driving gritters and servicing gritters and snowplows and things like that. In other words, we have a resource that's available. As I said in previously, given the warning times that are available to events that would require the erection of the demountables, not shutting of the gates. I acknowledge that lower level gates will require to be shut more frequently, but the installation of the demountables would be something we'd have a number of days warning for, so we would have access to staff from within our service.
Thank you. There's been a bit of discussion this morning about the scope for vandalism and damage to the self-rising barriers. Just wondering, what scope is there for damage to the glass panels and the fixings for the demountables, and what's the prospect that that sort of damage wouldn't be noticed until quite a late stage when a flood warning had been issued?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a fair observation, and one that we would need to go into an amount of detail with our designers of the system. My understanding of it is that clearly the demountables are designed in a similar manner, that vandalism is clearly an option. The advantage of the demountable system is that visually it's quite apparent from a general walk along that there has been some damage carried out. Yes, you could miss that a week in advance. So yes, with everything there's a risk, and we've always said there's a risk. It's whether that risk is manageable, and at the moment that the balance of demountables reducing the visual impact of the defences outweighs the risk that's associated with that. I think the thing about it is if we identify we can identify a problem quite easily visually. It's something that can be reported quite easily visually to the council. Where I raised concerns about the self-rising barriers that was in previous committee reports and things like that was that you find out you've got a problem with a self-rising barrier when it doesn't rise, and by that time that's when the floodwaters are coming in.
Don't have an awful lot more for you, but I just was wondering whether or not the basis of the comparison for the self-rising barriers to the flood protection, was it only on the basis of the Cockermouth scheme, or did you look at self-rising barrier type schemes elsewhere before you kind of reached your conclusions and made your recommendations?
So the only site that I personally visited was the Cockermouth scheme. I'm not aware of any other schemes of a sort of town-wide system, a length that would be comparable with the Whitesands anywhere else in the country. I'd be prepared to be corrected if in 2014-15 that we were looking at it, there was another major scheme that we missed, but I'm not aware of it. We certainly didn't go and look at single, doorway entrances. I'm aware that, clients have been named as, the nuclear industry in the north of Scotland, but I understand it's a, 25 metre wide, half a metre high, kind of electrically operated water operated barrier. That's not a comparable system with what's proposed in the Whitesands, and I suspect it are unlikely to get expenses for travel into Doonray to view it. Might have been worth a shout.
Just one last point. In terms of the environmental impact assessment, there's a degree of argument that the economic and social benefits of a self-rising barrier scheme would be less. Apart from such a scheme not including the raised walkway and the landscaping that goes with that, would you agree that a self-rising barrier scheme wouldn't preclude environmental improvements or public realm improvements?
No, I mean, absolutely not. I mean, a self-rising barrier would, you could landscape around it in the same way you could build, you could take the metre-high wall that's been talked about that the barrier came out of, and you could, create planting and grass areas and things like that on either side of it. But the direction, the push for the self-rising barrier was to avoid losing parking on the sands. So there'd be something rather strange about pushing an option which is principally there to reduce the loss of to avoid the loss of parking, and then remove the parking by turning it into more grass area. So ours offers a balance of a cost effectiveness and the removal of the accepting that you need some defences, make them look as into a public realm improvement rather than just building a wall. So yes, you can make you could do public realm improvements with a rising barrier, but it seems to defeat the purpose of why we're being pushed the rising barrier option from the SOS group.
I've nothing more. Thanks very much.
Mr. Clark, any questions in your examination?
I've nothing, sir.
Right, on that basis then, I think we'll call that a day. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30, and again we'll start proceedings by discussing the programme for that day. Thank you very much.